Umhlaba uphefumula ngobunye bazo. Umhlaba ophilayo ungene emiphefumulweni yethu. Izwi lawo lithi nazo izimfihlo. Imifula yagijima ngaphansi kwelanga, izintaba ziqinisa amandla omhlaba. Isihlabathi sikhumbula izikhathi zasendulo. Ulwandle luthe imiphefumulo eminingi. Ngiyalalela ebusuku obukhulu, izinkanyezi nenyanga zikhanyise indlela. Umhlaba ukhumbuza ngobukotho bawo obungapheli ezizukulwaneni zonke. Imvula iwela futhi iphinde impilo. Izimbali ziqhakaza ngamabala amasha. Izilwane ziyadansa ngaphansi kwesiphakapaka. Umhlaba awupheli, uhlale uphila. Umhlaba ophilayo ungene emiphefumulweni yethu. Izwi lawo lithi nazo izimfihlo. Umhlaba ophilayo ungene emiphefumulweni yethu. Izwi lawo lithi nazo izimfihlo. Yelana maye maye, haye maye. Amasavane avulekile ngaphansi kwelanga. Izinyamazane zigijima ngobumnandi. Izinyoni ezinkulu zindiza phezu komoya. Umhlaba uvulekile njengenkumbulo enkulu. Amasavane amakhulu ziphefumula ngaphakathi kwawo. Izwi lomoya liphatha izimpilo zethu. Amasavane amakhulu ziphefumula ngaphakathi kwawo. Izwi lomoya liphatha izimpilo zethu. Izinkabi zikhetha uthuli endleleni. Izibangwa zihlale duze kwemifula yemingane. Ilanga lihlala phezulu likhanyisa umzila. Izikhathi zigciniwe emhlabeni. ukubona kwelanga kubomvu phezulu. Izilwane ziyaphumula ebusuku elizayo, izinkanyezi zivela phezu komhlaba ovulekile. Amasavane awupheli ahlale khona, amasavane amakhulu siphefumula ngaphakathi kwawo. Izwi lomoya liphatha izimpilo zethu. Amasavane amakhulu siphefumula ngaphakathi kwawo. Izwi lomoya liphatha izimpilo zethu. Ihlathi liyaphila ngezwi lezinyoni, izihlahla zimemeza ngezimpande ezijulile. Umoya uhamba phakathi kwezihlahla, izilwane zifihla imfihlo yokuphila. Ihlathi eliphefumulayo siyahamba ngaphakathi kwalo. Izwi lezinyoni libaleka emoyeni. Ihlathi eliphefumulayo siyahamba ngaphakathi kwalo. Izwi lezinyoni libaleka emoyeni. Izimpofoma zikude ziyakhala, izimfudu zihamba kancane phansi komhlaba. Izinyamazane zidlala ngasemithini, izinkumbulo zigcinwe ezihlahleni ezindala. Yalalela yazizwa zonke izwi, umhlaba uyangikhumbuza ngobunye. Ihlathi likhuluma ngezwi lokuthula elidlula emiphefumulweni yethu. Izinkanyezi ziyavela ngaphezu kwesihlahla, ubumnandi bomoya buvuselela umzimba. Izinyoni ziphinde zikule ekuseni, ihlathi alikaze liyeke ukuphefumula. Ihlathi eliphefumulayo siyahamba ngaphakathi kwalo. Izwi lezinyoni libaleka emoyeni. Ihlathi eliphefumulayo siyahamba ngaphakathi kwalo. Izwi lezinyoni libaleka emoyeni. Hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Imefula yahamba kanani, izwi lamanzi liyakhuluma, amakembu ezihlahla yabukela, umhlaba uphefumula ngokuthula. Imifula ekhululekile, imiphefumulo yethu yahamba, izwi lamanzi liphila phakathi kwethu. Imifula ekhululekile, imiphefumulo yethu yahamba, izwi lamanzi liphila phakathi kwethu. Amakhoda asezintabeni ayatula, izilwane zasendle ziyaphuza ngasemanzini. Imvula yakudala igcina inkumbulo yomhlaba owaziyo izizukulwane. Ngiyaphuza ngamehlo wami, ngizizwa ngikhululekile ngaphakathi. Imifula ithwala izinkumbulo ezingapheli emhlabeni. Izinkanyezi zibuka ebusuku, izibuko zamanzi zikhombisa ubuhle. Umoya uhamba phezu kwamanzi, uhamba nathi ngezikhathi zonke. Imifula ekhululekile, imiphefumulo yethu yahamba, izwi lamanzi liphila phakathi kwethu. Imifula khululekile, imiphefumulo yethu yahamba, izwi lamanzi liphila phakathi kwethu. Imifula. Eyo, 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 eyo. Imvula iyawa phezu komhlaba ovulekile, izihlahla zikhuluma ngezwi elisha, izilwane ziyathokozisa ngamanzi amasha. Umhlaba uphefumula ngobuhlobusha. Eyo, 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 eyo. Imvula nomusa. Eyo, 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 eyo. Iletha ukuphila okusha. Eyo, 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 eyo. Izwi lamanzi ligcwalisa imiphefumulo yethu. Izihlabathi zikwila ngaphansi kwamanzi, izinyoni zikhula phezulu ngamanzi okujabula, izimpofoma zikhula ngamandla amakhulu.
Yes, sir. Negusi Salam. Welcome into our story. It is the 13th of November, 2025. And we are here live tonight with a special Zoom class tonight. And we're going to dive into a great topic. And we're looking to take our minds into the depths of our inner selves to understand our ancient culture and how it's relevant for today. So we give thanks for everybody coming in this evening and looking forward to have a good time this evening. And I'd like to give a shout out to House of Seba in Jamaica. They are recovering from the storm, Hurricane Melissa. So we keep them in our prayers. If you would like to donate, you can check our Instagram and we'll have the link on there for people to donate to what is going on with the rebuilding of Jamaica. Rajabali has a sacred Rastafari space where people can learn about farming, people learn about the herbs, people learn about ganja, and also a sacred space to learn about Rastafari. Also having the ancient Tiwahido church as well. Some virgins that are there with the Naya Bingi as well. Rajabali is also looking out for the farmers in the area. So the more help we can get to them, the better the local economy can get back up and get the people moving from the ground level. And that's how we work it with the science from the ground up. Looking in the fields. So next we'll have our national anthem for the Egypt World Federation. Then we will have the prayer from the chaplain to come on in. And looking forward once again to a wonderful night. We have two guest speakers this evening with our Minister Russ Lazarus. And one of the speakers is our chaplain, also from our local as well. The chaplain Russ Cypher, and also author and influencer Ade, Get a Chew, and also a practitioner in the holistic health and healing as well. So we're going to have a very impactful evening tonight. We're going to start out with Minister coming in, then we'll have Ras Cypher, and then we'll finish it off with the Honorable Ade. So give thanks. Welcome in everyone once again. This is our story. And look forward to a wonderful, wonderful lecture tonight.
Got to be in that land of Ethiopia. It's the black man kingdom. Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where our gods used to be. Like these two eyes swiftly gather, Jah children are gathered to advance with truth and right. To advance with love and light. With righteousness pleading, we hail to our God and our King. Humanity pleading, one God, star.
Yes, I give thanks. Now we'll have our chaplain of Local 49, Chaplain Zion, open us up with a prayer.
Gusta salam, lekulekimu, makam negatu, abakudus ketamawe, haile selasti, stiam, exhibia, stila, atu ab, oeld, Memphis kudus, hali akal, abakudus ketamawe, haile selasti, stiam, exhibia. Behaman Ab, Waeld, Memphis Kudus, Haile Akal, Abba Kudus, Kadamawe, Haile Selastis, Diam, Exhibia, Dila, our Father, who dwell in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will shall be done, on earth as it is in Zion. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, and we forgive those who trespass against us. Strengthen us in temptation, and deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, world without end, through the true and faithful witness, our Father, Abakudus Kedamawe, highly Selassie, Exhibia. Nugusa Salam, Leku Lekemu, Makam Negatu, Abakudus Kedamawe, highly Selassie, Exhibia. Yunugusi Negestitu Yedeli, Maskeli. Ethiopia Hep Nugusi. Nugusi Kudus Wedi. Amakana, Hailina, Wastawana. Hastana, Sata, Amastagana. Amalakana, 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 Hailina, Wastawana. Hastana, Sata, Amastagana. For we, the black peoples of the world, in order to effect unity, solidarity, liberty, freedom, and self-determination, to secure justice and maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, which is our divine heritage, we do hereby establish and ordain this Constitution for the Ethiopian World Federation, incorporated into His Imperial Majesty as Commander-in-Chief of the Mahels to Far Right, in accordance with the 1931 Ethiopian Constitution, Chapter 2, Powers and Prerogatives of the Emperor, Article 29, and Article 30. So I now give thanks at this time for His Imperial Majesty for establishing I be his vanguard unit, Ilai, Stila, for good tidings for the salvation of Zion, Isaiah 61. The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me to preach good tidings unto the meek. He has sent I to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to them that are bound, to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord, and the day of vengeance of our Amlak, to comfort all that mourn, to appoint unto them that mourn in Zion, to give unto them beauty for ashes, and oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the iron of heaviness, that they might be called trees of righteousness, the planting of the Lord, that he might be glorified. For I is love, I is life, I is light, I is liberation. So give thanks to our story. Selah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Give thanks, Chaplain. Yes, sir. Welcome in once again, everyone. And at this moment, I'll give the floor to our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister Ross Lazarus. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Amashe. Give thanks. Give thanks. Well, we have a powerful reason before us. I would like to say we actually are three Magi's on call. Uh, some people like to say it was the three wise men or the three Magi's, but today we have the third Magi is with some days in our old childhood they called Casper the ghost, and they like to call the feminine principle the Holy Ghost. So I would say we have the feminine principle of the mythic Magi in our presence today. Empress, she has been building and dropping jewels continuously. So we have a powerful night, and our Ross, our chaplain in arms, Ross Cipher as well, will give us a full star build in this directive. But to begin, we will open the discussion first, as we always do, by citing a few things spoken by His Imperial Majesty. For we, the Ethiopian World Federation, we, the Black peoples of the world, peoples, multiple different types of Black peoples. So we come together in unity. And as under our constitution, the Ethiopian World Federation calls us uh, to disseminate ancient Ethiopian knowledge. And we say this because we're not looking for you to take part in the information as a passive worshiper. We're past the stages of a passive worshiper. We're talking about activating your divine intelligence, your supreme intelligence, the intelligence in your being to overcome the lower aspects of this world that have been in place to deceive you, throw you off of the path of building your heaven on earth, your kingdom of divine nature on earth, the protection of your children's divine nature not to be captured by the ills of this society, of this system. So the goal of our story is to empower ourselves with knowledge that empowers us to move in unity, solidarity, to tap into the divine powers that our ancestors spoke of, so that we may be warriors or warriors of divine change, where we may find the divine intelligence to build and create the solutions to bring us to liberation. So in that, I read a few brief quotes, and it was kind of the way this reasoning is directed in a certain way tonight is the order of how these speeches kind of fell, these quotes. So the first quote from His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie: to win the war, and that's the goal. But you first have to recognize that there is a war first. But to win the war, to overcome the enemy upon the fields, cannot alone ensure victory in peace. So it's not all guns and tanks and bombs. What is it? Imagination, devotion, perseverance, together with divine grace, will assure your success. Throughout history, it has been the inaction of those who could have acted, the indifference of those who should have known better, the silence of the voice of justice when it mattered most, that has made it possible for evil to triumph. So we have a statement we always say, if you know better, you do better. So our story is to teach us so we know better, so we can do better. And our second vice president, Queen Hafia, always says, today is a day, the Creator has given us another day to do better than we did yesterday. And so we always give thanks on that reminder. So it's not, the knowledge that is shared is not a challenge to egos, to pride, but it is to activate the higher consciousness, the higher being, to remind you this is not your first rodeo. And so as we started this series with their mythology is our genealogy. And that was quite important for us to oversee, that their mythology is our genealogy. But we start from the component of the wonderful Ethiopian of the ancient Kushite Empire by Drusilla Houston, Drusilla Dungy Houston. And this book was published in 1926. So that tells you it took her about 6 or maybe more years to put her information together. So just going to read a brief little quotation, and then we're going to go into some of the science, and then we're going to start open discussion with one of our guest speakers. We're going to bring Ross Cipher in continuously because we started a topic last week that I think we have to reiterate on a higher level. And I believe tonight will help us go across those thresholds. Yeah, I'll start right here. In the preface, it states the origin of civilization. And I'm going to start here because we're going to go back to a component to where we started at last week with Prester John. And we're going to hit some thought processes on Prester John as we get to this. The minds of men today are stirred with eager questioning about the origin of civilization. And about the part the different races of mankind played in its development from primitive ages, the development of civilization. Who played a part in it? The remains that archaeologists are uncovering in Egypt, Old Babylon, and South America reveal that there were significant factors in the first development of the arts and science that history has failed to make clear. Their story. This is why we're dealing with our story. Scientists are busy today studying the types of those old civilizations and comparing them with those of the present. Our modern systems do not function for the masses to give them development and happiness, as did some of the ancient cultures. So this is why we need you master scientists to awaken. You mathematicians who understand numbers and will know how this fractile system that they use in commercialized paper, our people are not broke. We're just broken apart. We're broken apart where we don't have unity, but we're also broken away from our ancient knowledge. And that's the key. That's why we say love, life, light, liberation. Our hearts are not bound in love at this time. We're bound in oppression and pain, fight or flight, survival mode. Our happiness is robbed from us daily. Our souls become impoverished, and we hand this on to the next generation as though we do not know it's there. The silence allows evil to triumph. So when we speak in our stories so that we are silent no more, we return to our ancient cultures to unravel the mysteries of our being, to free ourselves from the bounding chains that they have placed on our minds that have reached up into the heavens, where we are clouded from our connection to our higher spiritual truth. People who once walked in spiritual power now walk in a hollow form of death, withering away daily, weakness growing day by day. The body, the soul, the mind, tired with anxiety. Yet we say, we're living. No, we're dying. And we don't have to hand that reality down to our children. We can change the narrative. So as we started last week, the goal is to understand how paradigms are created, how paradigms are shifted. Isis said, no mortal man shall enter into her veil. What is the mortal mind? What was the ancient mind? Have we walked out of the mystical truth of our nature into a hollow vessel, waiting to die and perish, hoping that something comes out of the sky to free us from our oppressors? So we return to our story to unlock the mysteries of ourselves so that we may be, so that we may see, so that we may know. The quest Of the innumerable and starting facts of the succeeding volumes arose much as did the motive of Schillemans to seek the buried ruins of Troy, from often repeated expressions found by the authors in research work that what the ancients said about the Ethiopians was fabulous. Curiosity was aroused to go back over the story of the ancients to agree to draw new conclusions. The finds were so astonishing that the vow was made to spend upon this study many years if necessary, like the quest of the Holy Grail. And saying that, we go back to the stories of Prester John, where Marco Polo and Christopher Columbus and all of these explorers set sail. They told stories that in this land that there were mythical animals, everything from unicorns and so forth. So the mythology of Europe and the stories that they used to entice their children, they evolved from our story. So I'm going to read just a little bit more. And on that statement there, just, well, I'm going to stop right there. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to stop right there. Empress Ade, would you like to come in and, maybe briefly, and we'll come and bring you back in again, but in your research, and, I want you to introduce your book as well. The mythical creatures in these stories, have you found information of how these connect to Ethiopia?
Yes, my brother. Thank you. First, would like to say I'm so ever grateful for this opportunity to ascend, to commune, to share, to reactivate, to recalibrate. And I want to extend my love and compassion to all of us, everyone around this world, and specifically right now our family in Jamaica who are affected by the uproars of what's going on in the earth and how she's speaking. How this moment to be here with the Ethiopian World Federation in the spirit of Malaku Bayen and as a African American diaspora Ethiopian, this moment is such a beautiful crossroad. So thank you so much for this opportunity. To answer your question, yes, you just spoke of the unicorn, and that was one I had actually. And the way I receive my information first is divinely. I usually dream it, or I'll hear, or I'll remember through many of my lives or connections, ancestral connections, and then I'll listen carefully, and then I'll do my research and due diligence to dig. But I found that one, it is extremely difficult to read between the lies, how we have been created and painted as myth, not fact. And I acknowledge the unique position that I'm in to be able to recall this ancestral knowledge. But then also, as we know, many of our traditions are passed through oral history. And so being very close to my father, who is a walking encyclopedia of wealth of knowledge, I would always sit, and I still do, under him and just absorb and listen to any of my family and elders, actually. And being able to put all these puzzles together requires resilience, requires access, meaning a resonance, a frequency, to be able to tap into that ancestral knowledge. Possibly a little bit of luck, but we know everything is divine timing. Willingness and patience. The unicorn I came across, and I did share a reel about this, where it obviously is no longer existing, it's extinct. But I was doing research on not just our expansion of trade, the way they like to limit us, but to our kingship and our rulership, and how vast we were as queens and kings and rulers of the divine and feminine and masculine. And so I went, my research led me throughout Asia, which brought me to this time where I was in Thailand. And when I'm traveling to different places of land, usually the land calls me and then I travel. So I go and I listen. And I had this experience with these ancient foo dogs in Thailand. So I went digging for this research. And every experience that I've had in my 45 years, I know that it is for the mission of bringing this all back home, bringing this knowledge and this wisdom back, reclaiming our wisdom. So I always start there. My mission in any research, how can I connect this back to us in the Now Valley region, the source? I came across the story, I believe it is of, I can't quote exactly which emperor it was or king it was in China, but they were saying that he was gifted something very special, and he was describing the Kulin, which are Fu Dog, these lion demons that are supposed to be very spiritual and protection and sort of like good luck, and that it was gifted from someone who came from far. As we know our path in India and how we ruled there as well. And so I started digging into the mythology, right, of the unicorn. And then I came across the Ethiopian mythology of the unicorn, about this swift mule-like shaped animal, creature with one horn. I think it said the length of two staff. And they gifted it to other nobles and other kings, that Ethiopian kings or rulers, because I don't want to exclude the feminine actually. So we want to be mindful that anytime we're also referencing our ancient lineage of rulership, there was also the divine feminine there as well. So our rulers gifting this unicorn to, I believe it's documented, to a sultan in Mecca. And one of the Ethiopian kings apparently gifted a sultan a unicorn. And that's how I came across that confirmation. And then I was able to find other examples. And then, knowing it's linguistics, it's knowing the plants, it's knowing the oral history, it's also understanding the mind and the consciousness of how we think, how we share stories. It's a very intricate woven tapestry to the road of reclaiming all of this. But the unicorn is just one example. And excuse me if I'm paraphrasing or leaving it a little bit too empty. But I did share a reel on my my IG, and please feel free to explore that there further.
Okay. No, so you do find that the encodements of our story is hidden in their mythology. So you're able to track the keys. And that's the beginning. So
Absolutely.
I want to show something too, since you said that, because and I think I have it right here. Um, I wanted to go into something. Just so we kind of see how these stories go. So they have this story of Eldad Hadani, who was supposed to be a Jewish merchant. traveler, and he was one of the ones spreading the stories of the lost 10 tribes and how he traveled and he met some, but he also spoke about going down into Africa, into the Ethiopia area. But I want to show you just how mystical this is now, because this story is not the delegation of authority through the Ethiopian kingly priestly right. Now, because the Catholic Church won't say this today, they say they're the authority. Now, look at this. The influence of Eldad's narrative extended beyond Jewish circles. In some sources, linked it to the Prester John leaders, perhaps intending to refute Eldad's assertion of the existence of an independent Jewish state and an assertion contrary to the teachings of the Roman Catholic Church. The presumably Christian writers claim to be a priest, Prester John, who ruled over the great kingdoms of Ethiopia. According to the letters, Prester John's subjects included some Jewish tribes, such as Benai, Moshe, who dwelt beyond the rivers of Sabation. So what happens is the authority and the delegation of a certain authority is here in the midst. They're arguing about this. And so as time changes, the position of Ethiopia, this Cushite kingdom, and we've went through this also through the Dejan Shua, the letter of the Dejan Shua, the scrolls of the Dejan Shua. But here you have a whole incident where they're dealing with an authority and they're reciting the kingdom of Ethiopia as a precedent. But it's not a precedent as they teach us today. Now, that's just one component in history. We'll go one more step back as well, because we got a lot of little things to talk about. And where I guess what she said. The Empress said that she went to Thailand. And when we began this discussion, I said, well, three Magi's, Casper, the ghost, as it was taught to us in childhood, and they take the feminine principle. And as was stressed, we have to acknowledge the feminine royalty. But Casper actually was tied to Thailand, which I didn't know you were going to say that, but it was actually the opening, even though they give this false imagery. But Casper actually is tied to an extension to where they place him with Thailand, but then they come back and, they actually acknowledge it as an African king. I'm just trying to see where they give anything about Thailand. They actually, it's the treasure. Charles Craig. It was ironic that you said that the vision you had of here it is. Thailand. Sinus Magnus. So they say nothing's by chance, everything happens for a reason. You know, that's the geometry and the science in which our ancestors understand synchronicity and things. Let's go on.
That was a great connection. Thank you.
Yes. So let's go on into some statements made by His Majesty and also as stated by the Empress. The kingdoms of Ethiopia, and hold on, let me see if I can open this up first. Yes, I should be able to. Might. Okay. I wanted to use the Prester John, but you know what? I'll just because some of these things require you uh, to sign in and do all kind of stuff just to get in there. But even in the Drusilla Houston's wonderful Ethiopian Kushite Empire, the extension of the empire into India and so forth plays a major role. And we extended this topic in our topic with Memon, the great emperor or a great king of the Kushite Ethiopian Empire, that they put in the story of Troy and Achilles, but they don't really give you all of the clarity of the story. But one of the essence of Memon's army was that the large forces came out of India, large forces came out of Ethiopia area. And so that was always the history of what was the the strength and the power of that Ethiopian Kushite empire. And so when you talk priest king Magi, you're cross referencing into those terms. And that's why we started using the Prester John. And I'll relate back again because Prester John became outlawed in Europe because after the Crusade Wars, when Ethiopia did not come up and fight, they wanted to make Prester John mythology. We're going to have Ross Cipher come in a point where he's going to go into the Janahoy and to the star system of what they call what we will look at as the seven bodies or the triangle and the square, or also known as the ark of the covenant, the box. So it's a science. So we're talking science. Remember that. Remember that we're not talking worship. We're talking learning our ancient knowledge to go back into the ancient science. So we wanted to touch on the fact how, you know what, I can do it still. And rest it.
Your Excellency, if I may, I'm not sure how you like to flow, but if I may add a little bit more to Troy.
Yes, go ahead. I'm gonna come in with Prester John. I didn't feel like going through the account. So I was just wanting to show this map actually where it shows that they acknowledge that this Prester John, this Ethiopian king, the kingdom extended into India, Arabia, and throughout Africa. Just trying to show that imagery. This is old maps of Europe as well. So it's a history that's there, um, that they have not wanted to really put out. But even in the scholarly stories of their map, they always put Prester John on the maps in ancient times. They stopped, Europe stopped it. They outlawed the Prester John. Prester John became cloaked in the story of Robin Hood under the Friar John. And so it became a cloaked story, because even after that, they were still people in Europe were hoping the king priest would come free them still from the tyranny that was going on in Europe. That was what, even in the Crusade Wars, their position of power and authority was used and justified by claiming the Prester John. So that was the king priest science. Um, but when we say king priest, Go ahead and give us the build on Troy, and I'll pull this science thing up while you do that. Go ahead. Come on.
Okay, sure. So the decoding, right? Because basically that's what we are. We're decoding, reading through the spells and through the hidden myths to reclaim. It is so a lot of times it just takes very simple logic as well, right? So Memnon, as we know, is described as this Cushite, the mighty one, right? Or this amazing fighter. But as you mentioned, it's far more than that. They also mentioned that Memnon was the nephew of the king of Troy. And this wasn't a nephew by marriage. His father was the brother of the king of Troy. So this is a bloodline. If Memnon is a Cushite, then are not the rulers of Troy Cushites? They eventually end up rewriting that the king of Troy's father was taken by this goddess and became immortal. And we find that word immortal or God or this demi-human, usually associated with the Cushites as well. Beyond human, supernatural. But this is what the original coding and science design of the eumelanated being is. To others, it is absolutely seen as something that's supernatural. But this coding really is God's design. It is a science. It is electricity. It is a resonance, a frequency. I forget which country it is that just claimed, I think it was Italy, who just claimed that they could finally speak telepathically with technology. Well, we are the original technology. We used to speak telepathically. I can go to lands and tap into that frequency and connect with the ancient codes and message and wisdom. Absolutely. It is a telepathic, seems supernatural now, but this is an ability that we as Kushite beings had, and we mastered it. But I wanted to share that little bit about Troy because Troy, that area is modern day Turkey. And also, if you see these megaglyphs and very sacred caverns, cave systems, and things in Turkey, you begin to recognize and you can identify everywhere the Kushite has been around the world and where we spread our wisdom and where we shared our divinity with the world and the land.
Yes, yes, yes. Give thanks.
Ready, Russ? Can I just come in?
I was about to bring you in because we going into the 7. We was going to go into some of this cipher. If you give me one, let me get us up to this.
Okay,
Yeah.
but I wanted to say something about Troy.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, the point is that in ancient Kemet, the deep abyss of the waters, they created a place of the gods in Kemet called Abydos. It was the city of the 10 kings, it was the city of the Prince of Tini,
Yes.
which is His Majesty in the strength. In Rastafari, in the name of Rastafari, that is the Prince of Tini. He came from Abydos. Well, there's an Abydos in Turkey, right? There was an ancient Abydos in Turkey. It was called it's called Hellespont. Well, Hellespont is to do with Troy, right?
Yes.
And Abydos, listen, Abydos was an ancient city and bishopric in Mysia. It was located in the Nara Burnu promontory of the Asian coast of the Hellespont. The Hellespont. Abydos was an ancient city located in Mysia on the Narabonu. I mean, even that name is an African name, Narabonu, promontory in modern day Kanakkale, Turkey, at the narrowest point of the Hell's Point, the Dardanelles. Isn't that where you're hearing all the story of Troy, the Dardanelles? And Jason of the Argonauts sailing in the Sea of the Garganels? Well, it was founded around 670 BC, right? And it's an important crossing point between Europe and Asia, and is known from ancient sources like Homer's Iliad today. Only a few remnants of the walls are visible, and the site is near Boom. Anyway, Russ, that's what I just wanted to say. Give thanks.
Yes, sir. That's the connection when we go into Bellis and we find out that Bellis is also ball, and that honey ball for Carthage. See that codification there, they've kind of deconstructed the Kushite Empire to be disconnected from those lands. So when we think of ancient history, we don't have a construct of the Kush in Mesopotamia, India, Asia. So our construct limits our vision of how we moved in the past, you know. Still, I think it was Tupac said it's a white man's world. And that consciousness really is how most people envision the history of the past. And, that's why we jumped on that Prester John to show that the truth is Ethiopia was the ruling authority until after the Crusade Wars. And see, we try to show how close in time period that is to where the popes took position. And when the popes seen that they took their authority, their next move was to annihilate the royal bloodline. See, so we have to see how the story evolves. And this is why we have to get our people to understand the positionings in time and how history is accorded. Because some of us believe us as still the cursed people of Ham, and follow a story that we are Gentiles and so forth. And so we have tried to make the point to show the whole codex in the whole Christian theology coming out of a more ancient story to free us from the bounds of the constructs of a passive, docile people, and to remember, that spirit that we once ruled in a divine rulership and in a truth rulership. So, not to get too far, but I want us to kind of hit a little science, and then we're going to come into that a little bit more. Before we close, I do want to give a statement of Ethiopian World Federation authorities under the Charter of His Imperial Majesty, which is the linkage to why we're talking about this divine authority and the history of it around the world. So that we can remember today when we say the Ethiopian World Federation, what has been given back to us. What is it calling us to resurrect? The memories of an ancient past, remembrance brings you back to those heroes that dwell within you. So this is why our ancient stories are important, and we have to get past the fears of indoctrination. So we started with temple building, Cobra Kings, the Dragon Dynasty, Kebra Nagas, Cobra Nagas, Serpent Kings, Uraeus, You Raise Us, Amun Ra Ptah, the Hidden Craft. Seeing a lot of people talking about star connections and Understanding the heavens that are written within are the heavens written above. But is the heavens above in the physical higher than the heavens within you? Now, that's a question we'll dwell more into to understand what is being projected and what is being controlled. Where is it manifesting from? How deep does this disconnection that they have us in go? The alchemical states, the science of magnets, magnetism, electricity, overstanding the science of this is why we start with always the seven bodies, which is a symbolism, a science that has many dimensions. And tonight we'll have different views on the science research that have found that connected to it and how it even connects to the mythology and the direction of saying this is a blood lineage, but not just the blood lineage. This is a keeper of a seal. What is the seal? It's not just the seal on a flag. It's a directive of their nature. It's a directive of the heritage and the divine justice and truth that they carry. So we'll find that this becomes Judges, but we'll also look in the book of the Judges of Anu. The Judges of Anu. And Judges in the time of calling for a king. So we'll get to those points. Hopefully, we'll move faster. The alchemical state, the science of magnets, the riddles of the ancient ones revealed, the dimensional stargates of the Urania, mental polarity, moving the elementals, Udine, Sipes. We'll learn more of that. The metaphysical, historical, prophetical, and descriptive dimensionally in the Word. And the Word was with God, and the Word became flesh. O Asa, O Aset. The time has come to be born again as Het Heru, the house of Heru, the house of the hero. We willed unto you the lessons of the doorkeeping, being the mind. The mind is the doorkeeping. What does this mean? This was the story of Moses. So we've learned that Moses has to be a metaphysical story because as we've studied history and gone through the components of time, we know that there was no Pharaoh that died in the Red Sea. So there's more to the story, and we've tracked down the time period through the Ethiopian Kings list to where the Ethiopian Kings list acknowledge Moses as being Moses or the Dejahuti. Dejahuti in the 18th dynasty is Moses the first. So we come to a component where that leads to so much of the stories that are hidden in the scripture. So we willed unto you the story of Moses. Reflect Moses, the mind goes into the mountaintop to commune with God. Let us reflect also Ezekiel 43:10, verse 12. This is the law of the temple. The whole area surrounding the mountaintop is most holy. The mind, the law of mentalism. This is the law of the temple. The whole area surrounding the mountaintop is most holy. Behold, this is the law of the temple. So the mind is most holy. In the truth of Tahuti, all is mind, the law of mentalism. So in this degree, the root or the roof of the temple is given. Remember, Ruth, truth, is given, for the foundation has been found weighed in balance. The scales of Ma'at. All truths are but half truths, but to know the truth, the mind is set free. To know and not believe is the key to unlock the door. Once the mind knows, it is prepared, made ready to self-initiate. The highest initiation for all is mind. So mind communes with the all. So let us raise the roof, the travel to the mountaintop. In the Black Laws Dictionary, it defines diplomatics. So everyone talks sovereignty and self-determination. It defines diplomatics as decoding and deciphering of ancient texts and scripts. Diplomatic is associated with nationality, sovereignty, and king and queenship. This is the pillar of Boaz, the bloodline, the mothership. By birthright, blood lineage, you are royal, but you must be a master of self and keeping the temple to raise the pillar of Jashin, of priesthood. When these two pillars come together, it is shalom, Islam, peace, meaning the middle pillar, the hidden pillar, the Amen is revealed, the path of the Messiah, the anointed one, the Christ, the Heru. But Hiram, the Hiram, constructs these pillars out of brass, out of bronze. Reflect, mind is brass, soul is silver, spirit is gold. So the mind is the work of the master craftsman, the builder, the mason. The deceiver will make the mind accept precept upon precept. But surely Allah is the best of all planners. The Bible states 1 John 5:8, and there are three that bear witness on earth: the spirit, the water, and the blood. And these three agree as one. In the Quran, man is created from a blood clot. And in Genesis, gene of Isis, as stated in Lawrence Gardner's Starfire lessons, several verses leave the average seeker confused and made to just accept a precept that is just not for man to understand. But to not understand our beginning in the Bible is not to understand our destiny and purpose. So we're past the age of ignorance. We're entering an age of information, an age of knowledge, and of unlocking the mysteries of self, the science of self. It is time for us to become creators of our destiny of tomorrow. We've allowed other people to steer it as though we wait on a Holy Spirit that's coming out of the sky to change it, when all that we need has already been given. Before we travel upon this, let us view this diagram below. Mountaintop. Enki equals spirit, Lord Adonai. Remember, Eve states she received a child from the Lord. Giving birth to the Cain, the bloodline, Eve received a man from the Lord. So the first seed, we're getting into some stories, we won't go into them, represents in the stories, this is science then. So it's not just a history per se, as some dimensional way says. And we go through that when we ask people about the story of Adam and Eve. We say, if the story of Adam and Eve is just about a man and a woman who died in the past, what can you do about it? What does it mean then? That means it's just a dead letter. But when we study the story as atum and matter, and that atom and matter, Eve, mother of all living things, matter, then it has dimensions, because now it's science. So we want to start speaking into the science, because when we understand this is the parables that our ancestors spoke. This is how come the dimensions of how they wrote things still seems evasive to us, because they spoke from the inner dimensions of our reality in which we carry. And so those alignments are also alignments also with the stargates. So we're going to get there tonight. We're going to see the influence on that. So we talk always about our seven bodies, our spirit, our soul, our mind, representing spirit, representing neutron, soul representing proton, mind representing electron, and the four lower bodies, which are the Eve, the matter, represent water, air, fire, earth, emotional body, astral body, life force, physical body. As we said, we fall down, but we get up. And I saw people fall from their spiritual habitation to an earthly indwellment. They fell. Now they're trapped in the box. The six sides of a man, the top, the bottom, the right side, the left side, the front, the back. Your body is the cube. It is the box of the assault. How have we become trapped? And how do we rise back up? And what did our ancestors speak on this science? And how did they leave history and keys to us to understand this? In the stories. Now, the truth, we will unto you the truth of the fact that Genesis is a mixture of Sumerian tablets, the Gilgamesh and the Elisha epic. So this is why you heard me say Enki and Enlil, because we're also talking a science of two natures. One nature wants to lead the lower self or the fallen ones to the tree of life. Another nature will destroy. So instead of lead to a higher nature. So it's a science that's also written in certain epics of the stories. But not to go too far, we just wanted to touch that because that also represents the house in which the sun shines upon, or the solar man and the Sheba, Solomon and Sheba. So there's a lot of science that's hidden in just those symbols that were given to us as a child. We were given a circle, a triangle, and a square as children. And that science weighs heavy in many aspects. But just to get into that and take it to just one more level before I call our guests back into. Guess I should start it right here. Now, this book led into a nice revolutionary discussion that's been discussed many times by a lot of our scholars. And sometimes other people have access to certain texts and information that even the Black scholars are not able access to. But this is called Jesus, the Last Pharaoh. But it breaks it down into different aspects of showing the Kemetic or Cushite lineage that has been formulated into what they would call Israel. And there's a lot of codes in that, but we're just trying to get to a point here so that I can allow us to open the floor on the next discussion. However, if there are 13 dynasties with also potential Hyksos, it may be possible to find some more biblical pharaohs, even if the pharaohs before Abraham were not truly Hyksos. They are mentioned in biblical records. The new biblical pharaohs that this freedom unveils are high below, table pharaohs. So they look at Noah, they look at Sem, and they start looking at names, titleage. So you have Egyptian history, Bible history. Egyptian history, Bible history. Now, the thing about this is off of some of the Turin Kings list. And we're able to take also this Turin's Kings list and put it with the Ethiopians Kings list. So you start to get a new kind of revelation that there's understood an encodement that the names, just as we see today, most spiritual aspects of leaders and leaderships, they go through sets of names as they go through degrees in life. Even as we look at His Majesty, we watch the degrees and the names change. There's nothing new under the sun. That was always. So this is why the parallels in names and the reality of history is kind of cut off. So as we've dwelt in that, we've also realized that through the study shows that most of the stories of the Bible of Israel, certain stories like Joshua and so forth, they can find no history to show um, where this took place. So let's go. I wanted to get to where I bring Law Cipher in. So as we started off talking about the Genesis representing a Sumer or the Gilgamesh epics, we want to hit a point here where we give an enlightenment here because we still are showing that Mesopotamia, Ethiopia, the Kushite, Egypt, and all of this was one. And, these endeavors of overstanding the greatness of this story frees us from a lot of racial perilous that entangles our minds. So Gilgamesh had ended in the reign of the constellation of Taurus, just as Abraham had achieved in Egypt, but some of the gods were angry with this. Ishtar uttered a curse, woe to Gilgamesh, for he had scorned me in killing the bull of heaven. When Enkidu heard these words, he tore out the bull's right thigh and tossed it in her face, saying, if I could lay my hands on you, it is this I should do to you. Thus we find the Egyptian zodiac of the heavens showed a bull's thigh as depicting either what we would now call the constellation of Ursa Major, now known as the Plough, or perhaps the adjacent constellation of Lynx. The similarities with Egypt do not end here, for the name of the hero was not simply Gilgamesh. It is clear that Gilgamesh epic is referring to a god, but like the Egyptian pharaohs, the gods of Sumer were also associated with mortal men, the kings of the land. Thus, Gilgamesh was somehow related to King Lugugu Banda. The pharaoh of Egypt were not simply men, they were also manifestations of the gods, physical incarnations of the god Horus, and then after death they became Osiris. If it is probable, therefore, the king Lu Banda was not only related to Gilgamesh, he was the same individual. When making this connection, remember that Osiris was associated with the constellation of Orion. As confirmation, Enki, the meteor, says to Gilgamesh, Orion, the one who gave water from his water skin, Aquarius, that is your own God who cares for your God name, your Laguga Banda. It is clear that Gilgamesh was the god name to which the king was associated. His royal appellation, however, was Lagul Banda. To take the similarities with Egypt one stage further, Abraham was first recorded a shepherd king of Egypt, and in turn, the Sumerian kings list says that Lagul Banda was the first of the shepherd kings of Sumer. It was the king Lagul Banda in his dual role as the god Gilgamesh or Orion, who fought the Sumerian theological battle with the followers of Taurus and became the shepherd king. The first Sumerian followers of the new era of Aries. This is why the epic Gilgamesh was written. It was not an epic tale of a king as such, but an ancient bimillennial celebration of the movement of the stars. The peoples of Egypt and Sumer were intricately linked by their religion, but perhaps the transition period between the constellations went a little smoother and in Sumer than in Egypt. This was a scenario that appears to be consistent and logical. Yeah, go one more step. Well, I'm gonna read that right quick, just a little bit. That is important. Historically, the Hyksos period started in about 1670 BC, but equates to the biblical 430 years that the Israelites spent in Egypt. We should start the Hyksos period much earlier, in 1780 BC. This is in the reign of the Pharaoh Wagef. See, they will get it, which will become important later. I believe that the priesthood would have been Hyksos in his reign, even if the Pharaoh and the population were not. The theory evolving here is that the Hyksos dispute started with the changing of the constellations and a change in the stars from Taurus to Aries, bulls to sheep. The northerners and the southerners in Egypt were very much the same people. It was the change in religion that divided them, not the invasion of the country by a nation from the east. The Hyksos were native Egyptians, separated by religious divide that was founded on a difference of opinion over a common religion. There is evidence to suggest that this religion was very old indeed, even for the Egyptians. It was an ancient tradition that had been passed down the millennia into the Middle Kingdom. I was alerted to the possibility by Graham Smith, who was reviewing the second edition of Jesus for the online portal. He simply observed that one thought was the connection with the story of Noah and the flood. If you apply the scenario of the priests and religious movements being interpreted as animals, cattle, sheep, then who were the animals that went into the ark two by two? The zodiac signs, which precedes Taurus, was of course Gemini, represented graphically by twins, and astronomically by the stars Castor and Pollux. It is this then a reference to a yet older cult who carried the secrets. Such simple observations are ultimately satisfying for this number of coincidence only out of theory. So now Gilgamesh Orion's quest is to slay the constellation, the Taurus, the bull, and see in the era the new constellation Aries, the ram, the stellar terms. It is the constellation of Orion, who is armed with an axe and the bow and has a sword hanging from his belt. It is Orion who had drawn his bow and had aimed it at the adjacent constellation Taurus. The same change in the heavens is about to unfold one more. But here in Sumer is the hero Gilgamesh, guys, of Orion, who is reported as killing the bull of heaven, the constellation of Taurus. But first, Gilgamesh has to seek out the watcher of the forest, the stars, and for some beast called Humbaba. The watchman also has put on the first of the seven splendors, but not yet the other six. So we're looking at star science, but then it's associated with blood lineage and rulership, priesthoods and changing priesthoods, the evolution of it. So in the epics of those stories, when we go through this, there's a lot of confusion to people about. Ross Cipher always says, man, it seems like they're tricking us with all of these wars of the people because they don't really make sense in history all of the time. And so now you're looking at it and you're seeing this is priesthood changing. And it's written as a battle, but then they say a celebration. Now, we always know in some aspects the priesthoods didn't always shift together because some bucked. Um, in our build, as we've been going through, no, I'm going to read this before I go there because I was going to have to switch to go where we go at, and then we come in. For a 4,000-year-old story, the prose is still as clear today as when it was written. If you know the subject matter, there's only one guardian of Taurus, and that is Pleiades. It is the constellation known as the Seven Sisters, a small group of seven stars, and are visible to the naked eye and reside on the back of Taurus. From this elevated position, Humbaba Pleiades could watch over the constellation Taurus and protect it. Thus, if Taurus were to be attacked, Humbaba had to deal with the first, and Humbaba extinguished. Taurus' back was exposed and vulnerable and was weak spot for the hero Gilgamesh. Orion could close in for the kill. Now, the thrust of the sword between the nape of the horn, so Gilgamesh follows the bull. So now this whole story turns out to be astrological science, star science. Now, when we've been doing our build, we've been going through it talking about Star King knowledge, but we always start with our basic basic history on the Kushite Ethiopian Empire. But we start with the Greco-Roman period here, where they made it clear that there were two Kushite empires, one in Asia and the other in the area was called Sudan. The Greek writer Homer alluded to the two Kushite empires when he wrote, "A race divided, whom the sloping rays and the rising and the setting sun surveys." So now they're speaking about a divided Kushite Ethiopian empire. We go to our kings list, and we understand that the first component of the kings list starts with the Ori and the Aram. Second component is 21 sovereigns come out of Ori or Aram, but Aram is out of the land by Cam, by the Hamites. So the Aramite kings are outside of the land by the Cush, by the Camites. But now this is the Ethiopian kings list. So both of them are Ethiopian. So we're saying Aram, which later on some people will say Shem. And then we're saying Cam ran Aram out of the land. And this happens after the dispersion, or the before the dispersion from the Sinai Tower. So we're talking about a time period before, when we say Sinai Tower, we're talking about people speaking one language. People speaking one language. So last week, when we started with people speaking one language, we listened to the elder give us an intake. And we're going to listen to the elder just one more time, and then we're going to bring our guest speakers in and let them give us some insight from where they feel from this, from just listening to the elders build. We're going to let Ross Cypher and Empress Adia both come in and just give us a basic insight how they feel from just this first stage of discussion.
Here's one habit that makes you extremely intelligent. Replace social media with micro-learning.
I have showed this video here because I'm going to ask the guest speakers in a minute. because we have our ancient heritage and cultural teachings, but then we have traditional religious teachings. And we're able to take from Zoroastrianism, from Persia, all the way down into the Bible connections. But I want you to pay attention to this story here. And it got to this loss of a potential reality of power. And the statement is, there's nothing new under the sun. So I'm going to show one more thing, and we're going to open the floor. Make sure we got it the right direction. Well, I'm going to show one more thing, but I did want to show this because we were in the Mesopotamia. We always talk about the Phoenicians, Mesopotamia, Canaanite area. And I always like to make sure that we get imagery of the people in those areas. Because a lot of times, they trick us with imagery. So let me get back to where we were going. I just wanted to show that imagery because it was there. All right. So after this video, we'll open the floor. Man, I meant to put it up front. Oh, here it is.
If you can't quit the people.
Quantum physics says the observer changed or alliance depending on who received it. Aroko was logography embodied, three-dimensional writing you could hold in your hands. They said they came to teach us to read and write, to lift us from darkness into light. But Africa was never mute. Before a single European pen scraped paper, the continent was already alive with meaning, in gesture, in color, in rhythm, in sacred sign. Our ancestors did not need letters lined in rows to hold knowledge. They carved, painted, wove, and sang information into the world itself. Communication was not a mark on a page. It was a living pulse, moving through the hands, through the drums, through the eyes of those who understood. Among the Yoruba, messages traveled not through ink, but through Aroko, the language of objects. A handful of cowries, a feather, a fragment of cloth, a bit of chalk, a knot of palm leaf. Arranged in precise order, each symbol carried a statement more layered than any paragraph. A white feather could announce peace. Two feathers crossed might warn of betrayal. A cowrie placed beside a kola nut might declare love or alliance, depending on who received it. Aroko was logography embodied, three-dimensional writing you could hold in your hands. No outsider could decode it without cultural initiation. Meaning depended on context, memory, and relation. It was encryption by intimacy. A message could never be divorced from the moral universe of sender and receiver. In that way, the Yoruba system anticipated not just data transmission, but ethical protocol. Truth and trust were the passwords. Across the Gulf of Guinea, the Akan of Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire perfected another visual lexicon, Adinkra. Stamped in black ink on crimson and gold cloth, the symbols were philosophy condensed into form. The spiral of Sankofa urged, return and fetch it, learn from the past. The clenched ram's horns of Dweniman reminded rulers that strength must bow to humility. Gainiame, the sacred swirl, meaning except for God, pulsed from palace walls, stools, drums and jewelry, declaring the divine order that framed society. Each sign carried proverb, prayer, and principle at once. Adinkra was the ethics engine of an entire civilization, moral code as design language. To wear those symbols was to declare alignment with wisdom. The cloth was a classroom, and every garment a text. Travel southeast, and the walls whisper again, this time with the curving marks of Nsibidi, the ideographic system of the Ejegum, Efik, and Igbo peoples. Its signs record treaties, marriages, verdicts, proverbs, and laws. Before courts wrote minutes, Nsibidi encoded justice. Before police logged cases, elders traced symbols in chalk or carved them on wood to record verdicts. Initiated members of the Ekpe and Ekpo societies guarded the deepest meanings, an indigenous form of classified information. Outsiders could see, but not read. That secrecy was not exclusion, but protection. Knowledge required moral readiness. Modern cryptography would call it controlled access. Each symbol could mean peace or war, depending on how it was drawn and to whom it was shown. It was semantic compression, centuries before semiotics earned a name. Where Western writing split words from worlds, Nsibidi kept them married. Far to the east, the land of Ethiopia kept script alive in another form. Ge'ez, the liturgical writing of the Aksumite Empire, still alive today in church and scripture. Its flowing syllables are not fossilized relics, but living continuity, the oldest active alphabet on Earth south of the Sahara. Northward again, in the sands of the Tuareg and Amazigh, Tifinagh inscriptions spiral across rocks, angular constellations of memory linking desert to star. Each mark, each dot and line holds geography and genealogy in timeless balance. These were not forgotten attempts at literacy. They were parallel evolutions, branches of a tree older than the alphabet itself. And to the south, in the lands of the Zulu, language itself danced in color, movement, and rhythm. The Zulu did not carve their words into stone. They wove them into life. Meaning lived in bead and drum, in gesture and praise. A young woman might send her heart in the form of a beaded necklace, each hue a syllable of emotion. Black for union, blue for longing, white for chastity, red for passion, arranged in patterns so deliberate that an entire romance could unfold between two people without a single word spoken. These were not decorations. They were letters of the spirit, worn on the body like sentences of feeling. Every gift of beadwork was a private message, every color combination a code. And when the drum spoke, the hills themselves replied. The Zulu drummer did not merely keep rhythm. He sent messages across distance, compressing language into sound. Each beat a syllable, each pattern a signal, a kind of sonic encryption only the trained could decode. On the battlefield, the tilt of a shield or the crossing of spears transmitted orders faster than speech. The army moved like a living script, each formation a paragraph of purpose. Even the village layout, circular and nested, reflected a cosmology written in geometry. The kraal at the center, the ancestors beyond, the living orbiting between. Theirs was a language of symmetry, not alphabet. The Zulu world spoke in color, rhythm, and form, an alphabet of being itself. And between them, all beat the heart of calculation and divination, the Ifa system of the Yoruba. "16 principal Odu, each marked open or closed, combine into 256 patterns, 2 to the power of 8, the same binary structure that drives every computer chip on the planet. When the Babalawo casts palm nuts or cowries onto the divination tray, he is generating data, ones and zeros, light and shadow, male and female, yes and no. Each pattern unlocks a verse, an algorithm of ethics and destiny. Decision trees, random access, binary logic, all alive in a spiritual interface thousands of years before silicon. The machine age is only rediscovering what the priests of Ifa already knew, that truth emerges from pattern, and pattern mirrors spirit. Together, these systems formed a continental web of intelligence, visual, tactile, acoustic. The Lukasa memory boards of the Luba people in the Congo stored dynastic data in beads and carvings. A trained historian could touch the board and recite centuries of lineage, territory, and law. an analog database encoded through texture and color. The Dogon of Mali mapped the orbit of Sirius B, unseen by the naked eye, through oral mathematics so precise that modern astronomers still wonder how. African drummers layered rhythms as polyrhythmic equations, independent cycles synchronizing over time, parallel processing in sound. Each village layout in Mali or Cameroon spiraled fractally outward, each hut a miniature of the whole, recursive geometry that Benoit Mandelbrot would only formalize in the 20th century. Africa was not the cradle of civilization alone. It was the prototype of information theory itself.
Turns out you should never sue the driver who crashed into you after a car accident. There's a much better way you could get paid.
Then came invasion, wrapped in salvation. The missionaries carried Bibles, primers, and alphabets. They called our symbols heathen, our drums demonic, our knowledge witchcraft. They promised literacy, but what they delivered was reduction. The multisensory cosmos of African meaning was compressed into a single flat line of ink. Where once communication engaged the body and the divine, it now served bureaucracy. Letters replaced symbols, handwriting replaced ritual, memory became paper. The transition was not enlightenment, it was flattening. The alphabet brought efficiency, but at the cost of depth. It trained the eyes while numbing the hands, isolated the mind from the body, and turned knowledge from participation into possession. Europe called this progress because it mirrored itself in the mirror it had shattered. To teach Africans to read and write was not to expand their world, but to shrink it into Western dimensions. What had been oral, visual, and communal became silent, linear, and solitary. The colonizers' classroom outlawed the very media through which African philosophy had always moved. The Aroko messenger became a curiosity. The Adinkra cloth was reduced to decoration. The Nsibidi script was driven underground. The Ifa tray was demonized. Colonial education replaced initiation with examination, wisdom with memorization. The alphabet became the iron chain of the mind. Yet knowledge cannot die. It only sleeps. The symbols lingered in art, in song, in the hidden language of masquerade and festival. The drummers kept time for the ancestors. The weavers stamped proverbs into pattern. The diviners kept casting, whispering to the unseen circuitry of the cosmos. What the missionaries could not destroy was the logic beneath it all, Africa's way of organizing the universe as a web of correspondence. That worldview waited patiently for a world ready to understand again. Now the same West that dismissed our symbols builds machines that imitate them. Binary code, 0 and 1, is Ifa reborn. Data encryption echoes Nsibidi's secrecy. Pattern recognition, fractal design, machine learning, all rearticulations of African epistemology. The world is returning, unknowingly, to the logic of its origin. Artificial intelligence is the ghost of our ancient intelligence, reconstructed in metal and wire. The language of the ancestors hums beneath every circuit. What they called superstition was computation by other means. If colonialism had not interrupted that evolution, if Aroko had been developed alongside electricity, if Adinkra logic had merged with symbolic programming, if Nsibidi had met typography instead of suppression, the very architecture of the internet might bear African fingerprints. We might navigate systems of meaning guided by ethics, not algorithms of profit. Communication would still carry spirit. The tactile and the digital would never have been divided. The screen would be shrunk.
Now, I don't even stop it there, but I would bring it back. To the floor is we had a elder speak on a past event in a lost science, nature. And that nature was embodied in an encodement that we still held. And then we adopted another level. And it took us out of another sync. So returning our consciousness back to those ancient dimensions, bringing us back to the overstanding of the spiritual connection to the physical world. How our ancestors, as Romans, it is chapter 8, the carnal mind and the spiritual mind. They seen the spiritual science in nature that the world denied and called them pagans. But now the scientists verify the science that our ancestors seen. In your studies, Empress, where have your findings and openings seen ways to convey that message? And what was the turning point for you in trusting your consciousness in that realm? As many now may struggle because not knowing, not clear, not trusting the science. How did you get to where you would felt comfortable in the mystic aspects of our truth? And then after that, I will ask Ross Cipher to come in on us with the arc as well as we go into this topic. Give thanks. Floor is open. Yep.
Give thanks, Divine Brother. Ooh, there's so much there that was loaded, beautiful information, and I hope that I can concisely touch each point that you just shared here. I want to briefly dive in a bit about myself to open up the window of overstanding and how this ancient calibration weaves. To answer your prompt, I was born pretty free. I had a childhood where I was protected. I grew up with parents who love each other, respect each other. I didn't grow up with chaos, cursing, alcohol, drugs. And if I'm speaking full transparency, nor did I grow up in a household of indoctrination either. My father, immigrating from Ethiopia in the 70s, it's very rare to have met an African American woman who he truly loved, and it wasn't a green card marriage, because quite a few people during that time didn't align with love, if I'm speaking frankly. I grew up with imagination. I grew up traveling across the country. My parents took us every summer road tripping to indigenous places, monuments, to land. I grew up very free. And so my receptors, my tuning was high. So I was able to receive very young. And this is what I share in my book, my life story, is exactly how I became or stepped into or remembering my position and my purpose. I had a very early encounter with the divine celestial being, or if what some people might call angels, who very specifically told me at the age of 8 what to remember, the importance of my name, and fast forwarded me to where and when I need to be prepared. And that is our present time now. It wasn't easy because this activation at a very young age allowed me to have experiences that our society and our culture no longer supports because of stigma, and because of this agenda and program for us to have this amnesia. But I was protected by my home, and I had parents where, although they didn't understand quite fully, they allowed me and they protected me to be me. So if I say I had a spirit come visit me or an ancestor visit me and talk to me, they supported me. If I said I had a divine encounter, I used to prophesize and I used to have notebooks around the home. And I was terrified actually as a child because I saw this, what we call apocalypse, or the shift in humanity that I needed to prepare for. My journey required a lot of initiations, near-death experiences and what have you. And depending on what label people want to give you, let's just, for the lack of a better term, let's say spirit walker for now. In my practice of healing, some people are comfortable with healing hands. But what I do with a loved one who comes to me for healing, the access point to begin is trauma. I'm able to go back in our timelines, and this too is science, because as again, scientists are all over the place saying, oh, we just discovered that time is not linear. You can go to the past and you can affect your present. Well, that's exactly what a spirit walker does, or a healer, spirit healer, or a shaman, for lack of those terms. Those not really our terms, so I don't like to use that too much. I go back in your timeline, find where these moments of intense trauma, where your soul might have extracted or stuck in a time. If we understand the mathematics, if we understand the fractals of time and cycles, then we know that there's these conscious loops that a soul can stay in. And what I do in practice is I journey through your timeline, find where a fragment of your soul is stuck in a time loop, and bring it back to your present self. This, some people may say, oh, it's terrifying. It's dangerous, isn't it? I say, well, no, if this is light work, if this is also mathematics and cycles and time, then it seems pretty natural to me. It's important that we lead in this time, giving our people around the world, the children of Ethiopia, you melanated beings all over the world, compassion for where we are right now and how we got here and why it's difficult to remember or to recalibrate, because it's a coding, it's a genetic coding. It's a spark, it's an activation of consciousness, or your body, this vessel, this battery. And it seems like such a big, overwhelming mission. How do I shift this world? What can I do? But I saw just something as simple as trauma. And trauma in the mind, in the heart, the ma'at is what we rebalance. I also happen to be a Libra. This balance of the mind, your memories that are stuck in your subconscious, cycling back, running your emotions, You're sometimes unaware of things that might happen, unaware of how they're affecting you. The programming and the imagery that we are absorbing, all glitching our system as well. So I found, okay, this is where I'm going to narrow my focus in healing our traumas. And then that allows you to get back to a lumens, a wattage of light, where you can then, all of this ancestral information and lineage will come feeding into you. Because it is overwhelming. And I am a brain injury survivor. I survived encephalitis at 14. I was in a coma. I was paralyzed. But this was actually just initiation, where spirit showed me how to separate from the body, how the spirit separates. I understood that nothing is solid. Everything is particles. We are all connected. We are all one. This was information that was loaded into me at the age of 14 through a very painful and traumatizing experience. Also having a premonition of a friend who was going to be unalived at that time. So all of these practices and all of this information was, yes, it was extremely difficult, but I had support. It can be overwhelming studying and uncoding all of the history, and it can be overwhelming. So I tell our community, just start very simply with just self, because the information will come to you. Start with just self. Excuse me, there's a helicopter passing, 1 second. Understand how the children of Ethiopia, how your body functions. Why is it that the brown and black skin is resented and hated? Not because we're cursed, not because we're not worthy, not because we were full of savage and this and that, or we were naive, none of the above. Because we were powerful, and we were science, and we are the cosmos, and we were envied. So starting by giving ourselves compassion to say, forgive us for what we don't remember first. My body is a vessel. Let me seal my vessel. I'm a direct channel to source. How do I unglitch this? How do I tune it? How do I turn that dial on my frequency to get there? Whole soul. If we are designed in Creator's image, then we are designed whole soul. Sealing these voids of trauma through representation, through understanding the eumelanin body. Now the science. What is eumelanin? Again, giving ourselves compassion, we're afraid of mathematics and we're afraid of science. And it's not our fault that we are. It was taken from us. We were put in these cinder block pipelines to prison and intentionally detached from arts, music, which is art, math, which is spirit as well, and science. But we can start just as simple as, what is eumelanin? Yeah, they say everybody's a melanated being. Okay, but there's something very specific about the eumelanin. And I came across, I had a moment where maybe about 10 years ago, I became attuned to become a Reiki master. Something did not resonate with me. I said, okay, I feel like I'm appropriating a culture that I don't need to. This feels like it belongs to me. Why am I absorbing this outside of myself? And during that moment in my attunement, I had a voice come to me and say, this belongs to you, to your people. Reclaim it. Let me show you how. Understanding who you are, the eumelanin, and what we are. I came across an article recently about synthetic eumelanin being created by some Italian lab. And it led me deeper into my research about what eumelanin actually is as a function. I'm going to go to my notes just for a second because there's so much information to give.
Do you need to share the screen?
I actually don't have it's just loaded here on my phone and paper all around me.
Okay, cool.
So at the moment, I do have a curriculum, but it's for Orinaga, which I'll get into as well because we spoke about the Ori. Give me one moment, please. So the electrical current of eumelanin, we know it's a superconductor of energy. Let's start there. We first venerated or knew the importance of something as simple and enormous as the sun. We had knowledge of what was happening to our body alchemically and energetically relating to the sun. We were outside all the time. We were literally solar panels for information, for electricity. There was no interruption of that flow of information. There was a very specific time when the Roman Greek era, they realized this is the alchemy, their eumelanin. That's what they have that we do not have. Many can study the science, I say this, and it's a lot like people ask me, how can I learn how to do what you do? I said, well, it's not necessarily something you teach, but it's within you already. It's a remembering and a recalibration. But we have an advantage as eumelanated beings. We have a direct current that is high vibrational and high electrical current. What is information? It's light. During this era, now we know that many people came to visit to the Nile Valley for spiritual knowledge, for pilgrimage. We know that every branch of Abrahamic religions all sourced and were birthed in the Nile Valley as well. We talk about this myth and this shift to myth where they had to glitch our confidence and our direct relationship with the sun. So they had to redirect our information, our relationship, and literally our exposure to the sun in order to create these dormant beings. Because what was the intention? We are too high vibrational. We are too divine. We need to dim that electrical wattage so they no longer can communicate to each other telepathically. So they no longer can place their hands on someone and heal. What they created was a system of an artificial sun. They came and learned our system of star cosmology with our Neolithic people, our ancestral cosmology and how we had connection with spirit and spirits and ancestors were able to still communicate and gain their support and transfer this information. And our solar cosmology, our direct relationship with the sun, as well as our inner sun. They say, oh, we just discovered that the gut has a brain. Yes, that's our solar. We knew that. We discovered that the heart has a brain. We know that. Our mind is consciousness. We see this image all the time, the sun, the solar disk around our heads. That's another example of the triad, which I know we'll get into later. This is the key of unlocking, aligning yourself with this sun, opens and activates this vessel for information to flood through. After they came and studied our cosmology, they realized how to glitch us. One, to traumatize us with pain, slaughtering us, also with rewriting our history and introducing this fake sun, which is Saturn. So we went from being charged with eumelanated codes of the inner sun, which is also the pineal gland, They try to say eumelanin is not in the brain, or maybe it might be and maybe it might not be, but it is. Eumelanated beings, we also have eumelanin in our pineal gland. What the Roman Empire spread and the Greek cosmos spread is basically African cosmology, or our knowledge became myth, as we said. Before African civilizations, we were seen as the source of this information, and later we became a threat. This new science of zodiac, or the suns and the planets, is not our knowledge. It was a glitch in the system. Saturn is resembling of the sun. Yes, it has radiation, but it also has constriction. It has boundaries, restrictions. It has boundaries, and it keeps you in a loop. When our practices and our direct love and admiration and our time and our exposure to the sun became more and more decreased, then so did this love within ourselves. Our skin became weaponized. You have to hate your skin. You need to want to bleach your skin because it's ugly or it's cursed. Actually, it's powerful. It's envied. It's electricity. During one of my moments that I received a recalibration code from Divine Cosmos, I was led to Ori and Adam. And as you mentioned earlier, that one of the Divine Brothers spoke about, maybe this is a trick, we weren't necessarily at war. And that struck with me because when I got to Ori and Adam as a source, starting point for language, I didn't see it as a place or time of conflict. I saw it as a time of expansion, where we as Kushite, Anu people spread west, we spread east, we spread all over the world. West, you see the threads of us connecting spiritually and as people. You hear the term Ori in, I believe it is Yoruba culture. Ori meaning light, fire, sun, origin, Cushitic lineage. Then with the Adam, highland, the etymology of this word, to be high, exalted, lifted, height, elevated land. These people are descriptions of what we are. The Ori and the Adam, the Cushitic and the Semitic people, these are us. Our names describe who we are. Beings of light that came from the highlands, we are to be exalted, we are elevated beings. This self-love, I cannot stress how important it is for us to understand, to love yourself, how important that is. They even reconstructed the theory of Ma'at. Ma'at is justice. It's you measuring your heart and you will not make it through. Well, maybe it's you won't make it too. Balancing the conscious mind and the conscious heart. It's a lot of people who could study our science, as the others did. But what they lacked was the heart, the consciousness. That's why they don't have the access. But right now, we are in the time that I have prepared for my entire life. Some people say in this new age spirituality, oh, it's a great time, it's an awakening, it's a new spiritual awakening time, and what a great time to be alive. I see it as a spiritual being tipping point. These oligarchs are trying to artificially create the black or the eumelanin, brown and black pigmented people. Why are they artificially creating eumelanin? Their plans are to use it to create the ultimate cyborg. Why is China creating an artificial sun? Why did this company Alter Ego at MIT to develop this telepathy machine? Why do they need eumelanin for the cyborg? So that it can have living nerve tissue. What is AI? Artificial consciousness. They're trying to recreate us. And if we don't wake up and see that we are the technology, we are going to be in deep, deep extinction. We must understand science. We must get comfortable with science. We also must heal our families. We have to nurture our children. These are our restarts. This is what's going to give us another start. Because some of us might be too glitched. But our children have chances. This is the reincarnation. We get chance after chance after chance. Life after life after life. But yet we ignore our children. We don't listen to their dreams. We don't listen to their prophecies. We don't listen to their imagination. We don't build their imagination. We don't invest in their imagination. Sit down, be quiet, and listen to me. Be present, be seen and not heard. This is not the traditional way of raising our children. In the Ethiopian Habesha culture, a lot of people struggle raising their children here in this system, this Western system, because there is no such thing as really disciplining. Children are really affectionately and nurtured and praised. And then when they come here and you give your child that same type of affection, they say, you're not preparing them for this world. That's not realistic. You're making your child soft. Yes, you are hardening them. You're hardening and you're calcifying their pineal gland each time you don't speak life into your child. Each time you don't protect your child from an uncle or an auntie or a babysitter or cousin or predator. The amount of sexual abuse in our community is rampant. I can't tell you, pretty much every single person who ventures to come and see me, brave enough to make it here, men and women, it's that childhood abuse. You traumatize a child, they will spend a lifetime as a consumer trying to recalibrate themselves. And don't go see a mystic like Ade because she is pagan. She's into that witchcraft. She talks to spirits. I don't know about that. That doesn't align with my religion. When actually, I can assist in healing that young soul of yours. The science has proven we can bend time. I have the codes and the access to go back in your timeline and nurture that child. And what do I do in these sessions? I give it first trust. Trust that soul and that fragment soul of yours that coming back into this present self, you're safe. Now your present self has an accountability to nurture that young child that I promised is safe in your present self. So you need to be ready to do the work. What is the work? Knowing that every day is a resurrection. Every day that sun shines again is a new day, for a new chance, for new healing, recalibration. Get outside. Activate your melanin. understand how trauma glitches your eumelanin. Yes, they call it what, serotonin and all these fancy words, but it is the alchemy. Our DNA does get glitched with hormones. Our hormones are glitched when trauma occurs. We are body, which is water, which is the shell, which has many living organisms in it, many fractals inside of it, a whole system span out. We're living in a society, in a system. Span out further, we're part of a cosmic system. Taking care of the vessel that you have means understanding how it operates, that it requires water, hydration, understanding your relationship to the moon, not just the tides, but how the moon moves that current. Again, we don't understand science. We don't understand hydroelectric power. Like, we don't understand that we are hydroelectric beings. The sun radiation coding in us, the moon moving this through us. You start talking about the moon and everybody freaks out. There's so many triads, right? Meeting your higher self. It's as simple as understanding fractals. There's another fractal of myself greater than this one that I'm in now. And I know somewhere there's a converge, there's a meeting point between the two, because they're one and the same, just extensions, 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 bigger and bigger. So there's a part of me in another fractal, more expansive, with more knowledge, with something that I can't comprehend in this dimension, but I can access myself in another fractal, or what we call our higher self. But we make it seem so sometimes like it's out of reach, and we have to study this indoctrination. We have to memorize this history, which can be really honestly overwhelming. But if we just simply understand the science of spirit and how we mimic the cosmos, and we can start there, everything else will, the mechanics will start to come into place. I'm walking every day with the utmost urgency to assist in recalibrating our people right now, every day. Because light is necessary. We have the potentiality of generating so much light in these bodies, so much electricity, that we can shift. We can shift any plan that they have. We can glitch their whatever steel, fake, artificial us they create. If we as eumelanated people all recalibrate to our highest potential, or at least attempt to every day, we can glitch it, just like we can glitch their matrix. I don't want to keep going on and on, but eventually I know you'll get into names. I believe you talked about Ethiopia, so we wanted to talk about that later, but I want to touch on that a little bit later, but I do want to open the floor for others to share their wisdom. So I'll pause here for a moment, give thanks.
Before I build something, because you hit a point, excuse me, you hit a point that I really want to touch on, but I want to open the floor for any questions from anyone that wants to ask you any questions. Anyone wanting to ask them for some questions based on their statements, or even on healing, on understanding how do we free the heart. You know, many of us are carrying pain, and that's why we say we're talking about a living science. You know, when we speak about His Majesty, we say a lot of people have took His Majesty to religion, to the comparison of just wanting to make Him the Bible. And then you're talking about living works, a living charter. giving us, the diaspora, we, the Black peoples of the world, a living charter to return to our living greatness, not just reading about it, but returning to that ancient reality in our consciousness and our being. We're not talking, this is science. Science is living. Science is living. And as we always say, nature is the language of the creator. So many of us have to have others to help guide us in our understanding of nature. And so there are two things. And I'm just going to show y'all this synchronism going on. The floor is open. Anyone who wants to ask a question. Okay. We'll come right back. Because I definitely want you to introduce the book again and give information on how to contact with you and the information on your book. But science, and this is going to allow us to also bring Ross Cipher in this dialogue as well. So we're saying on this science. Now, we didn't even go into this all of the way. But we started to touch on it. I don't know if I opened the right one. Well, yeah, I could use this one. So we do this build and we talk about certain components in the science of our ancestors. One thing is Sheba is the 7, representing the feminine. And the Sheba went to Solomon, the solar man, to test the wisdom of Solomon, as the fable goes. To test the wisdom. Now, in this diagram, we speak about Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. And we speak about 1 + 2 + 6 = 9. A born process. And we speak about our ancestors speaking on the birthing of the sun over and over, and understanding the renewing of life. So it was always a science. But we speak about, let us create man in our image and our likeness. And that term, us, being Elohim, a plural. But the ancient term under the plural of Elohim was representing the 7 archangels. Gabriel, Michael, the Uriel, the 7 archangels, the Elohims. But the word angels is a new word. It wasn't just angels or angelos, as in the Latin. It was theos. And remember, the verse was, God sent forth 7 spirits into all of creation. So the 7 and the 7 spirits. And our ancestors said that we were bodies of light, hydrogen. And the science now says that they find that the strands of our DNA are hydrogen, the same thing that's in the sky that is called the sun. So our ancestors said we are children of the sun. Afura, flesh of the sun, flesh of Ra. They were speaking on the science. And this science, meaning that we were spectrums of light, and light has 7 spectrums. So we had 7 bodies. 7 bases of our consciousness, and we operated in a higher frequency of those 7 bodies, which was spirit. And we touched on this just a little bit, but we said we fall down, but we get up. So many of us have fallen from the spiritual habitation of our consciousness, of our being. The mind is the keeper of the crossroad between the higher self and the lower self. And when the mind, remember, the mind is the mirror to the soul. So when the mind reflects its trapped nature in the box, the soul sees that as the image and leaves the habitation of the spirit, following the consciousness. So they say when you study science, you have spirit, which is like neutron because it's neutral. And your soul is the proton, it's the prototype of your being. And the mind is the electron. It has the ability to elect. And then you have the water body, the air body, the fire body, the earth body, which is called the matter, the mother nature. So one component of your being is called your higher self. Another component is called your lower self. But it is not evil or good, because there is no lower without the higher. So in our science, we're told that an atom is energy that can neither be destroyed nor created. So it's an eternal energy. Same thing our ancestors said. But this eternal energy is what makes up everything in matter. The air you breathe, the chair you're sitting on, or the bed you're sitting on, the clothes you got on, the food you ate, your body, is all matter. But matter is made up of atoms. But atom is energy that can neither be destroyed nor created. So it's spirit. So this is a spiritual world. And so our spiritual consciousness, because you have a spirit mind, for each of your bodies, you got one of the bodies. So there's 49 bodies. And they call these 49 bodies the 49 gates, but there's a 50th gate. How many of you've ever heard of that?
Yes, I have, King.
Yes, sir. And then they speak of the 50 skulls of Kali. So in India, it comes in another direction. So it's science all around us that we've left in many components and places. The remembrance must come in our being. So this science has dimension because it represented a nature, but as above, so below. As within, so without. So with that, Ross Cipher, could you give us a build on this symbol from the science of the stars? And could you please touch on the name Makonnen, as it all of it is associated in this divine build? Give thanks.
Yes, I give thanks. And also, Rasa, when you were sharing something earlier on, you were sharing I didn't know what you were sharing it from, but I saw the name McConnell in when you was showing a slide on the when you was talking about Enlil, you know, Enlil, and you was reading a little script there. And when you flash through, I saw the name McConnell in the you know, you didn't bring it up, but I saw you flash past the McConnell, and it was to do with what you was talking about. I found, and I didn't want to interrupt you, but I would have loved to have known what it was you was reading from.
Oh, it's the Jesus, the last Pharaoh.
Okay.
Yes. I'll take a picture of it and send it to you. Ross
Yeah.
Kamari had it for a while, so he was reading it for a while as well. So I finally got it back. But yes, I'll look through it while you give your demonstration to see if I can locate what you were talking about because I missed it.
Yeah. Well, I'll give thanks, Russ, for the opportunity to speak. Kadus Kadamari Haile Selassie, light of this world, Bahani Alem, strengthen I words and I meditation to give each and every one the ability to tune into the divine intelligence, which His Majesty gives unto I as our brain leader, as he said in the prayer of faith. So yes, and well, I've been taking notes while the item have been speaking. And greetings, Sister Ade Getachew. Nice to hear your voice. And I've been taking notes while you've been speaking throughout the thing. And so I just want to just touch on a couple of things before I go into the triangle, you know, the symbol of man, which that's what the eye is, the triangle and the square. I won't talk about that first, but what I just want to use is the word when we were talking from Drusilla Dundee, where she, you know, is the origin of civilization. And I've become quite averse to that word civilization because it is associated with Western development. And I prefer to, you know, it's a little bit of a longer description, but I think the word civilization is actually a misnomer because it, you know, because it gives the impression of people not being civilized, you know. So it doesn't really work, you know. So I would rather call it cultural development and sustenance of the ease of enactment of the arts and sciences, because the arts and sciences, which is music, mathematics, you know, all the things of cultural progression. All of those, the arts and sciences give us ease of, give us the ease of doing. You know, that's the part that is what they're calling civilization. It's making an ease of the doing, the ease of living, the ease of what science and what science and arts can do for our brains and our development. So the word civilization, I don't particularly adhere to that word. And then I would go on to the and you went on then you spoke about the science of magnets. Well, in understanding the science of the universe, which is what I am an age scientist, I understand time. I'm a time traveler. Insofar as I certainly am able to decipher time through understanding of how the ancients measured time through the zodiac, the 12 rib zodiac and the 10 rib zodiac, which all began with an 11 rib zodiac, which is the Shabaka stone, which is in the British Museum. So magnetism is these two wheels. There's a wheel working in anti-clockwise, which is the 360-degree wheel of the 12, which is working the processional measure, which is Ma'at. Ma'at is the scales of Libra, which is the solstice, which is the equinoxes being balanced over the solstice. So, which is the movement of the sun. The solstice is the sun, and the equinoxes are the sun and the moon together, which give you the different cycles of time. So the magnetism is the anti-clockwise wheel, which is something to do with the Antichrist, by the way, the anti-clockwise wheel. And then there is the forward motion wheel. Those two wheels working together create a magnetic field between them. So the clock going right, the wheel going right, and the wheel going left gives you a magnetism. That's what creates magnetism. That's what, you know, if you buy when you want to charge your battery, you have a generator, you know, it runs on positive and negative energies. So this is what we've got. But what it is though, but the sun is a shadow energy. You can't see it. You can see the sun, but the only way you can measure the sun in its movement is by being able to measure the shadow, which is ancient timekeeping. So that again goes into your body as a human being, your shadow self. You hear that saying, oh, your shadow self. Well, that is beyond your spirit. Well, beyond your spirit is into the sun. Because the water and the moon is your intelligence. That is the gift of Mother Earth. That is the female element, what that gives to you. So the magnetism which we possess is actually the day, what we live in the day. We live that in the day, but we can't see it as the invisible. We just are it. We are just a part of it. But then when the sun goes down, when the sun sets, that is when we see, as it says in Psalm 19, where it says that day after day give his knowledge, and night after night, day after day give his speech, and night after night give his knowledge. Because it says that where it's talking of the stars and the sun and the moon. So that is Psalm 19, so you're not able to read the knowledge until the sun goes down, because when the sun goes down, you're now seeing the elevation of the stars, and you'll be able to read them in their position, in their positions, because they're all different cycles in different positions, and you're able to interpret them. So that's the foundation that I wanted to make before I go into a share. I'd like to share, Russ. Is that okay?
Yes, sir. Ross, come in. Can you give Ross sight for the sharing component? Yes, sir. Give thanks.
Yes, sir. Thanks. Yes. So, okay. Are we seeing that clearly? Can you see this, what I'm showing you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It just came.
Yeah. Okay. Give thanks. Yes. So this is the heavens. You know, this is a map of the heavens. You see, this is the globe of the earth. There's the celestial equator here. And then there is the ecliptic. This is the belt of the ecliptic, the inner circle there. So this is the thing of the stars. But what I've done, I've made it much bigger. As you can see, that constellation there, that word constellations, and this sign here, this is the sign of Aquarius up the top here. You can see that it's down here. I've turned it over because this is a processional ancient African clock, which is in line with the Shabaka stone. So the theme of our teaching today is that their mythology is our history. Is that the word, Russ?
Their mythology is our genealogy.
Is our genealogy. Yes. Okay. Give thanks. Yes. So when we look at this now, this is the movement of the stars. Now, this is a 26,000 year. This is a 26,000 year cycle. It's a great year. It takes 26,000 years to go from one, say if we was to go from this spot here all the way around, it takes 26,000 years. Well, what I want to say before I go into that is that the seventh, so when Lazarus gave us the image there of the square and the triangle, and we call it the angels, the seven angels around the throne of Ixyabir. Well, those seven angels are actually seven angles, because it's the same word. Because if you're talking in Hebrew, in the Hebrew they say El, El is in God, the Elohim, Angel. But in Ethiopia they say Angla, Le, like the word Le. It's got the same connotation as El, but it's Le. So you would say Sal Selassie, not Sahel. The Sahel, what's the difference between the Sahel in West Africa and the Salah in East Africa? You've got the same consonants. You've got the same root values. Because when we talk in this science as well, letters have values. And I can tell you one thing, as much as we want to actually say that the letters, the Arabic letters, what we use, they're Arabic letters, by the way, like what we use in the English alphabet, they actually are so accurate as digits when you turn it into mathematics. They're so accurate, it's frightening, because you can come straight out of Ge'ez, take a word out of Ge'ez and translate it into English, and then when you do the mathematical values, they're identical. So it's just a matter of knowledge, in the digits. But the point is the seven angles, right? You've got the four angles in the square, which are 490s, which is 360, and then you've got 360-degree angles in the triangle, which is 180. Well, 360 and 180 is 540. Well, 540 is 1.5 times. It's 360 is one time, and then the other half a time is a time and a half. So a time and a half, what we're talking about, if we're talking about 26,000 years, we're talking about a greater than great cycle. There's a 39,000 year cycle, which the Western world does not know about. This is the lost science that has been lost. This is our African science, which has been lost. The knowledge of the time and a half. But when we say it's been lost, it's spoken of in the Bible, because you've got in the book of Daniel, chapter 7, the time and times and time, the time and times and a half and times, so there is something, and then they try and tell us when they're trying to work it out, the 1260 years, they're saying, oh, it's 3 years, 3.5 years, and they're trying to work it out, but it's because they've lost this science. They've lost the science of the 39,000 years, the time and a half. And the reason that it's important to have time and a half, because if you take where I am here, look, I don't, if you can see my cursor at the top here, right? This is at the arrow, say, at this arrow here, at the top of this arrowhead, right? If we go around there one time, and then go half a time, we've gone 39,000 years. But how does it change? Because what happens is with the 39,000 years, the Earth changes polarity. So if you go, what it does, it goes round one cycle, 26,000 years, and it goes back half a cycle. This is where you get your processional reckoning from, because this is going forward 26,000 years. This is the sun movement. This is the shadow, like how we have our shadow self. This is the shadow movement going around this way. But then to be able to change polarity, it would have to come back this way to the same point down at the bottom of the arrow. It's a scientific occurrence of the earth. And how I know that is because in ancient Kemet, there's a coming from the time of when Herodotus in the 5th century BC went to Kemet to learn about this star knowledge. He was told by the ancient astronomers that the sun set in twice, the sun had set twice where it had risen, and risen twice where it had set. So that means there's some kind of polarity change. You know, that gave me the want to try and understand how that could happen. How could the sun rise 2 times where it has set and set 2 times where it had risen? There must be some change of polarity. Well, this is where the change of polarity comes in the time and a half, because if you just keep going round 26,000 years, you're stuck in Jesus Christ story, right? This is where Jesus is. He's stuck in here, and we're going to believe in him, and we don't know when he's coming because he keeps going around. We don't know where it begins. We don't know where it ends. You know, we don't know where the Alpha and the Omega is, right? Because it just keeps going round and round continually. But if it changes direction, then you must have a start point and a different time to measure from. So this is the science. So the 7 angles, as I said, is 540 years. Well, 540 is also half of 1,080. If we take that down to 1,080 to an order of magnitude, it takes us down to 108. Is the 108 is the number of processional. It is a processional value, procession of the equinoxes, the measuring of the lunar cycle. It is a it's a lunar cycle, and it's a specific value. And in your human body, when they're teaching you in the Eastern religions that how to do a certain amount of breathing exercises, the number 108 is a specific amount of breathing for a human being to do to gain enlightenment.
In Hebrew, God has 72 names. In Islam, there are 99 attributes, and in Hinduism or Buddhism, there's 108.
Right. Yes, I give thanks for that, Russ. Yeah. So this science, as much as it's our body, what we're dealing with, as the square and the triangle is the human body. It is also here in the heavens. So this knowledge is ancient African knowledge. So what I want to just show you is in ancient Ethiopia, there is an obelisk which shows you there's an obelisk which shows you this is the Ark of the Covenant. This actual obelisk here is a fallen obelisk in Axum, Ethiopia. And this represents the Ark of the Covenant. And as you can see, it is a square and a triangle. So how did this become to be that box which is in the Bible? I don't know. I don't have to know. It's not necessarily, that's just it's a story. But this, what does this mean? Where do we get the idea? What is this? What does this mean? This thing here, this square. We've got two squares and we've got a triangle. Well, in the Ethiopian church, and not only in the Jewish synagogue, there's always three parts. There's the Makdas, which is the Holy of Holies, which is that triangle. Then there's the Kurban, the place where you take the inner sanctuary, where you take the Kurban. And then there's the outer sanctuary, which is either called the Katira or the Keni Mahlet. The Keni is, in Ethiopian language, is the higher knowledge. That's what Keni means. It means higher knowledge. So Keni Mahlet is the area of the higher knowledge, and it is that was always within the boundary of a sacred Ethiopian ground. The ground of a church is the Keni Mahlet or the Katira. So that is the surrounding, it is the outer perimeter. So this knowledge here has to bring us back to wants to bring us back to here. Because in here now, we're going to find the Ethiopian story, the African story in the stars, and we're going to find the Greek story. And I can show you where they've been interacted. And where the story of David and his sling and Goliath and all of these things, we can just touch them as we're talking, because it is very simple. There's nothing different, nothing difficult. So this here, what we're seeing is, as I said to you, it's been positioned in the same, generally in the same position as the Shabaka stone. Maybe I should just show you the Shabaka stone. This is the Shabaka stone. This is in the British Museum. This is the back of the Shabaka stone. This is the oldest creation story in the world. There's no story, all the Noah and everything, all them stories is not as old. This is the oldest creation story in the world from ancient Kemet. This is the Shabaka stone. So this is where now I've taken that Shabaka stone and I've printed off this image of it, and then I've drawn these lines, this geometry, in deciphering the Shabaka stone, because here in the middle here is the temple of the mother. This is the temple of Hathor or Sekhmet. This is the temple of, this is the ancient temple in the middle here, and this is these lines are, this is what I've actually measured and been able to draw all the mathematics out of this stone. So that image there is what I've turned this, to mimic, you see, because as I said, this was up here. This is the Aquarius sign. It is up there at the top, but I've turned it over. This is the African science. This is the processional zodiac. So the Ethiopian story, the Ethiopian bloodline, the story of the Greeks, because it says that our genealogy is their myth. So when we look at this now, here we have, this is Leo the lion. This is Atum. And here, you see, this is Cancer, this is Ptah, this is the creator. So the creation of that story, what we've seen in the Shabaka stone, is here. This is Cancer and Leo. Atum, this is Ptah, the creator, and this is Atum, the co-equal creator. There's two creators, there's the creator, and then there is the creator of the gods. Him is the creator of mankind, he's the creator of the gods. Here he is, Leo. But this here, this is the sign of Leo, but this is the back rump. This is not the front. This is the front of Leo. This is when you see the Lion of Judah and you see him with with the lifted up leg. This is the lifted up leg here. This here, where I'm showing you here. This is the lifted up leg of the Lion of Judah. This is the rump. So this has actually got a jewel. You see what Muta Credo was his name Muta Credo? The African brother there who you were just showing us? Muta Credo, I think his name is. The African shaman there. He was saying that it was male and female. You know, he said, you know, because these stories are only myths, by the way. You know, every different cultures have got their creation stories. So this Leo, he's actually got two genders. At the front here, this is with a leg raised. This is the Lion of Judah, right? This is the symbol of the Lion of Judah, Regulus, as you say, Richard the Lionheart. You know, in European myth about Richard the Lionheart, the French king, Richard the Lionheart, because they're aligning themselves with this Regulus. This is the male part of the Leo, but this is the female because at the female is where it gives birth. So this back rump of the this is the female lioness. This is Sekhmet, right? So here she is. That's Sekhmet, or Sekhmet, or what? Hathor, right? This is her, and then the line. This is the African line. This is where it comes down, and it comes down through here. Now this is the Big Dipper constellation. Let me make it bigger. This is the Big Dipper constellation, which is Ursa Major, right? So this is this is the handle. You see here, look, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the handle, and this is the bowl of the Ursa Major. You know, like, so this goes around. This goes around and round here continually. It's the circumpolar stars. It never sets. It's always on the move. This here. Well, this is also called the beard. You see these four here, which is the pan. When you see that big saucepan in the sky, this is called the beard of the pan, or the you know, the what would you call it? The bowl of the pan. Well, that is also called the beard. Well, in ancient Kemet, that represented the coffin. The beard was the coffin. So, and who goes in the coffin? Osiris, Asar. He goes in the coffin. So when he's in the coffin now, here's this lid. You see this line dissecting through here puts the lid on the coffin, right? Because Osiris goes in the coffin. When the king dies, he's in this coffin. And then it goes through to Polaris. Now, this is the North Pole. Now, the pole of the Earth is what causes precession, right? This is the North Pole of the Earth. And let me just show you. And on that North Pole of the Earth is what is the star now is called Polaris, right? This is it here. This set of stars here. This is what is on that center of the Earth, what I just showed you. And this star here is the polar star. This star is there. The northern, it's on the northern, right on the point of the star. But look in here, as you go up this handle, who do you see here? Kokeb and Furkad, right? Well, these were known in ancient Kemet at the time of when it was Osiris, Taurus the bull. This was known as the two little calves, right? But this is the star of Ethiopia. This is the star which Balaam was talking about, right? Balaam, he professed that he prophesied that a star would come. The star would be the scepter out of Israel and the star out of is it the star out of Jacob and the scepter out of Israel, right? So this is the star these two stars are called the little calves, right? And these are called the I can't remember what they called it. I can't. This is Arabic. You know, I can't remember what the thing is. But the point is, this is the star of Ethiopia. This is the star that the three wise men, the Magi, were searching for. This star here, right? In the in here, because it when Christ was born, 500 years before, when they say Christ was born, right, in 500 BC, that star came into position. Over 500 years, that star came into position, and that's why they say the Bennu bird comes every 500 years, right? Because when this does come around, that the Bennu bird is going to make a rebirth, it takes 500 years. So from 525 BC to around the time when Christ was meant to have been born, which is 1 BC to 1 AD, around that zero there, that is when Christ was supposed to be born. So this is the star that is there, right? This is now. This star is still in place up to now, but it's not going to be in place after 2590. But prior to this now, the star that was in place was called Kurban or Kuban. But Kuban is like the Ethiopian word Kurban. What you take the Kurban. You take the Kurban not in the Holy of Holies, in the Makdash, you take it in the Katira, right? So this is the story, what you're seeing in the Ethiopian church. So now this triangle here, so this star changes every 7 times within this 26,000 year time. It actually changes 8 times, but one is the bodies. But there are 7 changes. There are 7 pole star changes in this 26,000 years. So, like I said, so it was Polaris now, but prior to Polaris, it was Kurban or Kuban. And prior to that, you know, it changes all the time, going back in increments of 3,090 years. That keeps changing. That pole star changes every 3,090 years. Well, prior to that now, this here is called Cephas, right? So this is the start. So there we come in. So we're coming from Leo. This is the Ethiopian line. This is the line of Judah's line. This is where, because it comes from the Sphinx in Egypt. The Sphinx is the Christ. That's what it represents. So it's coming from there. It's coming through Ursa Major, and then it cuts through the tail of the dragon, right? You see here, this is the dragon, the flying dragon. It cuts through the tail of it. You know, you see it cuts that tail at the end, and it goes through Ursa Minor, which also is a chariot. But before I go to the chariot, I'll just carry right through. So then it goes to this Cephas. Now this Cephas is is the Ethiopian king. This is his name, Cephas, and he's going to come back in place in 2590. And then when you pass through him, now we're talking there, here we're talking, why I'm saying this is the Greek god story, Cepheus. Then it comes through to his wife, Cassiopeia. That is the Ethiopian wife. And then it comes to Andromeda, the Ethiopian princess. This is the father, this is the mother, here's the daughter. And then it comes through, this is the square of Pegasus. Well, what is the square of Pegasus? You see how this line is running square to these 2 stars here? It's going through the square of Pegasus. Well, the square of Pegasus is what in Freemasonry they call the square. This is it, right? And then it goes through to the Aquarius, right? So it's going from Leo to Aquarius. Now, this period, this is where we are now. This is Aquarius, where we are now. We're just changing into Aquarius, right? We're coming out of Pisces. Look, you see Pisces here. This is Pisces, this here, where the arrow is here. and then it's going along here. This is Pisces, and this is the cusp, and it's changing into Aquarius. Well, that is the square. Well, this date here is 11,000 years, it's 13,000 years ago. That's 11,000 BC, roughly, near just under 11,000 BC. What this is happening. So this is a whole, when Western knowledge, they haven't got this vast dating network. They don't really they go back to sort of 6,000 where they say the Bible is, and they might want to then go to 10,000 so they know there's something happening up here. But they are not coming round here, because round here, round this side now, is the African story. So this is where we're going to bring David into the story now, right? Because David had a slingshot, right? But before it was the slingshot, it was, here it is, here's the sun disk, the setting sun disk, and here is the scarab beetle. This represented the Cancer, what we call Cancer constellation. But you see these on the back, there's 3 plates on the back, which represent the Trinity. And these lines in the middle of the Trinity is what separates the plates. Well, here they are. You see here, this is the Cancer. This is it. So this is the beginning of creation according to the Shabaka stone. This is Ptah. And Ptah, then let's have a look at his line. So he's now going through, right? And so this is Ptah, but also this is David's sling. This is the sling of David. You know, where he shoots Goliath, right? And I'll show you how it works. Because what they're doing, they're cutting off. This is what they're doing. They're cutting off the African kingship, right? Because, let me take you on the journey. So from Cancer, we're coming through now to, this is the Draco the dragon. This is the flying dragon. Look, he's cutting off his tail here, right? On that line there, he's cut this is the Draco. Look, Draco the this is the flying dragon. Watch me coming around here. Look, there it is. So now he's cutting off his tail and then cutting off his neck, right? Here's his neck, the flying dragon's neck. He's cut him across there, right? And then he's going across, and it touches this swan. Well, what is the swan? The swan is the queen of the birds. This is the water bird, the queen of the water spirit. The queen of the water spirit is what? The intelligence of the Holy Mother. Whatever you're going to call her, whether you want to call her Sheba, whether you want to call her Mariam, whether you want to call her AC, whatever name you want to give her, this is the Holy Mother. This is the female Menfes Kedus, or the Kidist. They say the Kedus is the male and the Kidist is the female. This is the Kidist of the Menfes Kidist. It is the Kedus Menfes Kidist, because here is the woman. And then it goes right through here to, this is the Aquila, this is the eagle. Now this is African kingship, right? This is the symbol of African kingship, the over kingship from the Yoruba people is the eagle. So because they were the powerful kings, I tell you, the Yoruba kings are the origin, as well as not only the Yoruba, but the people in Nigeria, the Niger area, the River Niger area. It's not Nigeria, it's the River Niger area. Those people, this is their kingship. So you've got David shooting his arrow straight to the African kings here, the African knowledge, because what they're doing in the Bible is they're cutting it off. They're cutting off this female element, right? They're cutting off this female element here in the Bible, right? Because they make it this is matrilineal. This is matrilineal succession, but in the thing where they're making it just male, the male thing, right? So that is the beginning. That is the creation of the beginning. So now let's have a look here now. So what we have down here is the bull. This is the bull, Taurus bull, you know, Taurus the bull. You see Taurus the bull, and this is the Pleiades here, right? And the Pleiades, this main star in Pleiades is Aldebaran. Aldebaran represents the eye of the bull, right? So now this is where the Greek story. So don't forget, we've got the Greek gods, we've got the Cassiopeia, Andromeda, and Cephas. This is the royal family of Ethiopia. They're going through the Pegasus Square to the Aquarius, where we are now. But if we go back now to the time of Osiris, which is Taurus, this is here. Well, look what is behind it. Look, Aries. This is the Lord of Heaven. This is the Orion symbol, you know, Sahu. The ancient Egyptians called it Sahu, but the Greeks called it Orion. So here it is. So it is behind it is in the backdrop of Osiris. So that's why you see that Osiris was associated with this man here, with this constellation. But if we now look, let's follow the line now from here. If we follow the line from here we've got Perseus. Perseus is the grandfather of Perseus is in the Greek mythology is the grandfather. Perseus, and he's also the brother, I think. Somehow he's a brother and a grandfather, you know, like in the mix-up family relations, however they tell their story. But here is Perseus, and if we follow the line going across, it goes across the Ursa Minor, you know, the constellation that I showed you, this is the North Pole. It goes across there, cuts Draco, the dragon, in half, and goes straight to Hercules. It's Hercules of their story, but it stops there, right? Their story stops with Hercules because he goes in all of these fight. He goes in all in the fight to rescue this girl Andromeda. He's involved in that thing there. Well, where he doesn't go, because they stop it at him, because he's the hero. This is the hero. This is the archetypal hero. But what we've got here is Orpheus, right? You see that if we continued that line, it goes through to Orpheus and it goes to Scorpio. So this is there. Scorpio is the Isis and Sarah, that what they called Scorpio, of the Scorpion King. You know, when they say means that from the stone 3100 BC, the stone which they found in ancient Kemet, which they call the Nama palette, or they call it means, or Nama. They call it the Nama palette. Well, this is the house what he's under, because this is where the kings are coronated. This is what this is about. This is the place of the coronation. This is why Hercules is on the path to her, because this is the female. This female here, this is her power here, which reaches up to Isis and Sarah. Isis and Sarah is what is called Scorpio. So now, what we're getting to see is the Greek story, because you see, they stop it. They don't go across. They've cut this off. They've cut this story off. They don't go across to Scorpio. They cut it off here in the Christianity, right? With the hero. But what they've done is what they've done here, where they've cut it off, because this goes, as I say, this goes over to Scorpio. This is where the Ethiopian kings are crowned in this month here, and this is the body of Orpheus, and this is also in the Egyptian mythology. This is the body of Imhotep. So they've made this Imhotep or Tahuti, right? Well, this Tahuti or Imhotep here, he's holding the snake. This is the serpent. And this serpent is what he breaks in two. He's got it in his hand. He's holding it in his arms. This is the measurement. This here is the measurement of the pole star. This is the snake. This is the snake. You know what they wear in the head of the in the crown of the of the Egyptian pharaohs. You know, they have the snake in the top of their head on their crown. Well, this is it. This is the snake, what they're referring to. So this is where they get their power from Scorpio, right? From Scorpius or Isis Sera. So this now brings us to the Greek thing, because there's Serapis. This is where they bring in Serapis, right? Because the Greeks come in down here. The Greeks come into history. You see down at the end of Pisces here, this is where the Greeks come into history. They come in at 300 BC, right? Well, if we say that this is around 0, 1, you know, this is 1, then 300 will be somewhere around here, you know? So this is where the Greeks bring their story into. This is where they come into Egyptian African history. They come in it down here. So they right, yeah, this is where they come into it. So Taurus, yeah. So this is coming from Taurus, which is Osiris, coming down into Amen. This period is the period of Amen. This is the period of the shepherd kings, right? This period here, this section here, this is where the shepherd kings come in. This is the period of Amen or Aries, right? So this is where they come in. So these changes in history are very relevant. So the Greeks now, what they did when they come in, they created a Serapis, which is Sarah, right? This was called Isis Sarah, and this is the Apis bull, the eye of the bull, Serapis. So this is where they've created their religion, right? Referring to this. But where it's wrong is because they're coming in this change of time here. Where it's wrong is we're coming into the age of the fish, which is Pisces, which is the age of when the Christian religion starts to come into the world. Well, if they're now bringing in at this stage, they're bringing in the this is in the age of Amen, right? This is Amen, but they're bringing in the Serapis bull, so they're going back in time to here. You know, they're reversed. This is where the problem comes in, because this time is past. This time is finished, you see, but they're bringing their Greek story. They're still trying to grab onto their Greek story of Hercules, their hero, and they're bringing him back to life, but they're bringing him back to life in the wrong period of time, because this is past. This is all past. This is where they were at. This is where they were at, and this is the future. This is the Christian era. So before I go on, I just want to show you now. This is Pegasus, right? There is the flying horse. Well, I'll just show you how they I'll just show you how they where is it? The horse. I must show you this horse. Where's the horse? Oh dear. I've got it here, family. The reason I want to show you the horse is because it's at the British in the town in the square of London. You know, London has got a square. The city of London. It's got a square. And in that square, there you go. Oh, Sea of Perseus. In that square, in the square mile of London, is where they run the world. You know, that runs the whole of America. You know, like let me just look it up. Where is it? Symbol of temple. Here it is. Right. Yeah. Let me just show you this. The winged horse Pegasus. You see what I just showed you, that square, right? It's got the winged horse. This is the middle temple of this middle temple is where they run the laws out of England. You know, the law courts and everything. It is all based on this temple. It is a what do you call it? It's a you know, it's the foundation of their law. It's been founded since about the 14th century, 1300 and something. You know, this temple in London. And its symbol is this flying horse. This is what they've got on the symbol of their building. I don't know if I can see it here. Oh, that's what I wanted to show you anyway. But, you know, so, hey, I see it there. This is the flying horse, the winged horse, right? And that is what is on the this is it here. This is the winged horse here. This is the body of the winged horse. So and this is the square that the masons stand on. And this is in the British temple, which is the law of Britain, law of England. It is in that temple building there in Westminster City, you know, because Westminster City is a city within a city, is a country within a country, like how the Vatican is the same thing. So this is where they're keeping up with this stuff. So, but what I want to say before I end, I'm going to end it here. But what I want to show you is this pole star changes. This pole star changes 7 times throughout the 26,000 years, and when it changes every 3,090 years. So around here, around this time, it changed to Perseus, to Polaris, and then it was Kurban, and then it changed and changed, and when it came to around this time up here, when it was Virgo, it was Vega. There was a star called Vega, which was the star up there. And then when you go right the way around to here, right, when you come right the way around to here, where the African eagle is landed, right, from the beginning of creation here, this period here is when this star here, the Ethiopian king Cephas, who is going to come back into play in the next 500 years, he was at here. He was at the pole star, this one. Cephas, the Ethiopian king. And if you hear that the Ethiopian king, you know, that you hear like Professor Charles Finch and them man there, they're talking about the Ethiopian king and he's going to come, right? Well, this is the coming of the Ethiopian king, because here he is again, and there's his wife and there's his daughter, you know, coming through into the square, which comes through to this age, and this is his majesty. You see, this is the birth of his majesty was born right here. This cusp here, this is where his majesty was born, right here, perfectly born here. This changed in 1877, and his majesty was born in 1884, right, of the Ethiopian calendar. Not 92, 1884 of the Ethiopian calendar. The last 2 months of the Ethiopian calendar, the 11th month of the Ethiopian calendar in 1884, His Majesty was born. So His Majesty has fulfilled all this. So this is, and here is the chariot. I didn't get to say that. So this actually is a chariot, right? This is what is a chariot. And when you see Tutankhamun, because he was on the throne when the pole star change of 1320, right? When the pole, that's a specific period of time, the 1320 is when Sirius A and Sirius B are at the same place and their reckoning is counted from. It's from 1320 BC. Well, from 1320 BC, this was coming in. This wasn't actually cut into place at 1320 BC. This didn't come into place till 500 BC. But this was on the way. Like now, the Ethiopian king is on the way to be on the pole star. This was on the way, and this is the star they were looking for, the Kokeb, right? The Kokeb. It's an Ethiopian name, Kokeb, right? It's the name of a star. So this is the star they were looking for. So when this is a chariot, though. You see, this is still it's a chariot. It's a war chariot, because Tutankhamun, in his grave, they found 6 of them. There were 6 of these buried in his grave. Well, what was the what pulled a chariot? It was horses. 2 horses pulled a chariot. So what were the 2 calves in the time of Osiris and Taurus? You know, Taurus is a bull, so these 2 stars going around the pole were called little calves. Well, from the time that Tutankhamun came into power, these represented Sirius A and Sirius B. So these were the 2 horses around the pole, you see, but they'd changed the definition of them, but only because it was in a different age. It was in the age of Amen, the age of the shepherd, the age of David, the house of David. You know, so the house of David is actually starting 2455 BC. I don't think David was a real king. I think David was the house of David, was the house of Amen. You know, the house of Amen, which is here. This is the house of Amen here, right? This was the house of David, and the pole star at 1320 BC was roughly here. You know, like let me drop it in. Let me drop it in if I can. Can I insert shape? Right. I'm just going to drop this in temporarily. I'm going to drop this in temporarily. The pole star in 1320 BC was around here, right? So this whole thing, what we're seeing is the science of the earth. So now, as I said, every 3090 years, the pole star changed. So it started at 500 BC, and then it changed about 3,590 BC, then 8,000, nearly 9,000 BC. You know, it kept going all the way around, and then it went all the way around to here. Well, around here is 18,000. You see where that eagle is? That is 18,000 BC, because there was a pole star change at 1541, right? 15,451 years, there was a pole star change. And then there was another one, 3,090 years after that. So we're talking about 18,600 years ago. So 18,600 years ago was this is the period when the African eagle was relevant to the creation story. So if we now look at the where is that? Sorry. Right, it's here. If we now look, this is the zodiac. This is the zodiac, what I've been showing you all along. But this is now we're putting dating. This is just the same wheel what I've showed you with the stars, but this is the dating. This is the different dating of the stars. And you see now 18,000, there was a heliacal rising of Sirius in 18,769, right? So that 18,769 years is the period when the triangle was at the pole star. You know, what I showed you, the Cephas, let me just show you him again. The Cephas is at the pole star. The Ethiopian king was at the pole star when let me see, have I gone too far? So I'm going too far. Right there. Yeah, so that is when, let me get rid of this. That is when the Ethiopian king, this Ethiopian king here, Cephas, was sitting here on the pole star where Polaris is sitting now. And you can see it's close to there now because it's going back there. But in 18,000 years ago, when it was here, is what I showed you in the 127, isn't it? Yeah, 127. That is what I showed you here, right? So that is when the pole star was sitting here. Now that represents the Ethiopian king. Now this area in the middle here is the throne, which I'll go back to tell you. I'll show you that it is the throne because he's sitting on a throne. I will show you the constellation. He's sitting on a throne. But this is the house of Shu Tef Nut. Shu is the air, Tef is the seed, and Nut is the moisture. So this is the house of bread. This is Bethlehem. This is where the Christian story of Bethlehem comes from. Shu Tef Nut, the house of bread, because in Ethiopia, the air, which is the air of the, what is in the air, and the seed, which is the teff. The teff is a seed, is a grain seed of what we know in Ethiopia, which we make injera with it. And how do we make it? We get the air and the moisture with the water, which is the nut, and we put that together. We put the grain in the water, and with the moisture of the air, it causes fermentation, and that causes the bread in Ethiopia to be cooked, to be ready to be cooked. It takes 3 days. What is relevant with 3 days? Oh, Christ stayed in the body in the earth for 3 days. That's it, because he's what? What do they say? He's the manna from heaven. He's the bread. He's the holy bread. Because he comes from here. He's the injera. This is where he comes from, right? So this is 18,000 years ago. So this is when. So what was happening 18,000 years ago is that he was at the throne. He was at the he was at the pole of the earth. Right. So when he was sitting on the pole of the earth, where is it? Right. When he was sitting on the pole of the earth, when he was sitting here, here's his triangle, right? Well, if we actually move that up to there, as that rotates around the earth, that triangle will actually come back into this shape, won't it? You see, like this triangle here of Cepheus, the Ethiopian king. Well, let me make him a bit bigger. This Ethiopian king, who is the manna, who comes from here. Look, the Ethiopian is the African kingship, right? This is what it represents him. This bird, the eagle, Aquila. When he now moves into place, which he will come into this place here, and the earth rotates, he will rotate around this place. So eventually that triangle, this triangle here, which is the triangle and the square, will come into this position eventually. But when that comes into that position, right, Here we've got the Virgo. This is the Virgin, the Virgo. Here, this is her house here. This is the house of the Virgin, the Virgo. She then gives birth to Horus, who is Pisces. You see, this is the line going through here, right? So this is the Christian story. So we've got the ancient story here of Ptah going across here, and then we've got the new Christian story coming from Virgo, the Virgin, giving us the virgin birth to Pisces, which is Horus. This is giving birth to Horus, right? Well, and when she gives birth to Horus, at the appropriate time, when this king is here, when this king comes back into play up here, here is the Horus being born from the father. This is the Christian story. Horus being born from the father. But this is the time when the Greeks are coming in here. But he isn't on this line, is he? This is look, here's the Ethiopian line. Look here. See the Ethiopian line coming through here? Here's Christ, Jesus Christus. Here's the Ethiopian line coming through here. Who is born here? His Majesty, because His Majesty is born in time. This is out of time. This is only the priesthood. This is only bringing through the Memphis Kiddush, the Kiddist, the Memphis Kiddush coming into the Memphis Kiddush. But here is the proper cross, right? So as we can see, we've got a cross there, and we've got a cross there. We've got a cross. Look, we've got an X here, and we've got a cross here, right? So let's now go into Roman Christianity, because this is the point, and I'm going to finish it here. But what I want to say to you is this: is that see the sign there? What I've just shown you. This is the Christian sign. This is the so-called Chrismons of Saint Ambrose. Let me show you again. Look, you see that sign there? This is the astronomical sign. This is the story of Ambrose, Saint Ambrose. This is his sign. They call it the Chrismon of Saint Ambrose, right? Or it's the Sancti Ambrosi, Chrismon Sancti Ambrosi. He's in Italian, right? On display on the eastern wall of Milan Cathedral at Rio, combined with Alpha and Omega in a circle. According to Landulf of Milan, 12th century, it was used by St. Ambrose to introduce the catechumens, that is people who are being taught in the faith, to the mysteries of the Christian faith, when it was called the Oracle or Chrismos of St. Ambrose, right? So this St. Ambrose, he lived in 347 BC. Let me just get, I think it's important that I tell you about him, because what this actually shows you is in the 4th century. And what this is showing you, what I'm proving here, is that the story of Christ is ancient African science. And they're telling us that the Ethiopians adopted Western Christianity at the time of the Council of Nicaea, right? Because this is after the Council of Nicaea. The Council of Nicaea was in 327. This is 20 years later that this guy here created this. Well, I'm going to just show you his story. It's so important. I just have I got time to tell you a quick story, Russ, or do you want me to finish here?
I have a technical problem, Ross, so I gotta try and maintain the time.
Yeah, well, shall I stop here? I mean, because it's given you, that's the backdrop. But this is the 4th century when the Romans, this here is when Constantine. This is the cross of Constantine as well. This is when they say that he saw a cross. This is what he saw, but it's the ancient knowledge. You see, this is 17,300 BC. This is here. This is 17,300 BC. This is 13,000. This is like 6,000 BC here, and this is now. You see? So this story, what they're telling us is Christian story is this is their African root of it. This is the root of all science, and whatever it was, whether it was the Credo, or any of them, this is the origin of the Bible. This story here, you can tell all the Bible stories out of these stars. And I'll leave it there, family. Give thanks, and I hope the item was able to.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You broke many mysteries. You opened up, I think, a lot of consciousness. We have to see it as the signs and the symbols, thinking about how in the time of Atum, some of our people, because it's the time of Leo, they were recognizing the lioness and the lion head. We look at the science all the way around in the trods of how empire times of the Kushite Empire rulerships were described as based on their positioning under that star knowledge, under which stars they came in under. And as you showed out elegantly, how the terminology could be finding the right cross, the finding of the sacred cross. So when you say that and you show the Lion of Judah, and understanding that the construct is that they came and gave a piece of the cross to Ethiopia, and recognizing that of the finding of the cross. But you show in the astrology that the cross symbol in those aspects is recognizing the rightful lineage. And as we began with the Prester John, that they were chasing Marco Polo, Christopher Columbus, the explorers were searching to find the cross, the Prester John, the king priests, the Magi's, the star knowledge keepers. I do want to ask Empress today, you said something also, Rasaifa, in the beginning about the language in Ethiopia and the mathematics with it and the precision. And I know the Empress gave a build on her platform that's also on Instagram on that. Would you like to speak on that in a brief summit as well? Um, Give thanks, because I know he touched that knowledge, and I know there was a lot of the cultural stories opening up. Give thanks.
Give thanks, Divine Brother. I believe was that question directed towards me, the prompt?
Yes.
Okay, give thanks, thanks. Oh, what a beautiful Seifu. I was so grateful to be here to listen and absorb and to feel so complete with the knowledge you provided us. Give thanks so much. Yes, the language, in Amharic we call stars kokab, and to understand why, again, feels so whole and complete. My name, Ade, is the Musco flower because I'm born on Musco, and very much so resonates with my position and my assignment here, being that cross and that meaning of the cross. And again, growing up not with the language of religion, but I understood the science of what this cross meant for me in many ways, in the language of this intersection of the points, being east and west myself, how the cosmic lineage and the as above, as within it's just mirrors and mirrors and mirrors and fractals and fractals. I've been speaking lately on my platform about the the axis or the X, the breaking out of karmic loops and the access point of the X of this intersection. And I was just taking in such a journey with Brother Ross Seifu's presentation, because it was just answering so many putting what should I say, putting, it was like I received a confirmation and a hug at each point as he described, you know. And also seeing how not just prophecies, but how our wisdom of the stars assisted in this plan to predict how to overcome or to create us to be dormant, how to use language, how to use tones, in order to hide, but yet still harness the cosmic energy of this resonance, but yet exclude you melanated beings. I just wanted to just go ahead and leave it there, but give thanks. I wanted to dive a little bit later when you tap into the cross.
Yes, yes, it was a beautiful demonstration. Um, and that cross, um, that lineage, is very important. And as Ross Cipher spoke, the removal of the material component, and we spoke many times, if you track the patriots of the Bible, they're all finding marriage to Cushite women. And in those positions is when they claim divine authority in the areas and the lands. When we track those lineages and all components, even in the story of Solomon and David, we come to David going to Bathsheba, Solomon going to Sheba, all dealing with a certain lineage to claim throne right. Joseph goes to Asenath, which takes us to Ephraim. Ephraim takes us to the time of Moses. And the prophecy of the story is Moses could only take 49 steps. 49 gates. The 49 steps is the 7 and 7. And they say the mind, Moses represents the mind. The mind can only take you in the limitations of a certain degree. But the Yeshua, the Christ self, the fermentation, the shoe, the crystallization can take the people into the promised land, which is the 50th gate. So there's codification all around us in certain aspects, just to get to our closing components. Share something. in what they call, some people call occultic science or occultic mythology or metaphysical science. Hermes, which is Tahuti, Thoth, the god of wisdom, known in Egypt, Syria, Phoenicia as Thoth, Tot, Adat, Seth, Satan, and later not to be taken in the sense applied it to by the Muslims or the Christians or the Satan or Sultan, and in Greece as Cadmus. The Kabbalists identify him with Adam Kadam, the first manifestation of the divine power, and with Enoch, the seventh from Adam. Atum. Ra Cipher gives a great build on Ptah, Atum, and going through the Enid or God. There were two Hermes. The elder was Trimegistus, and the second an emanation or a permanation of himself, the friend and an instructor of Isis, Osiris. Hermes is the god of the priestly wisdom, like Mazus. Now, many of us don't even know who Mazus is. But Hermes, Enoch, taking us into the codifications and how they started to codify us away, and for them to place it in aristocrat studies. In the time of Ptolemus, in the Seleucid dynasties after Alexander the Greek, his two generals took over, but they continued on the mission to be accepted by the priesthood and recognized as the proper holders on that cross. But the oracles read them and found them not. But they forced the priesthood. And this is where also they forced the priesthood into creating what later would be called the Pentateuch or the Septuagint. And they created also their orders under the Philadelphia's orders. You have the Platonius Satur, and then they create the Philadelphia's orders, and they start the codifications. They start trying to do ceremonies, our ceremonies, and they reclassified them. And they're aristocrats or even blue bloods for some where our bloodlines were in Europe. But they took those positionings and orders came out of them called Bacchus orders, which became Ivy League. But these teachings in which they took and defiled them came from what we call the cupbearers. But all the time, anything was called the cupbearer, they were called the Cushite cupbearer, which, as Ross Cipher said, it meant they were holders of the lineage, keepers of that bloodline. So this is where you get your stories of Hercules and so forth. And that's why we're diving into their mythology as our genealogy. But sharing that, the key to that was to
Divine Brother, if I may add something to the name Kush
Yes, go ahead, go ahead.
and Ethiopia, and how we were told that Ethiopia is meaning is burnt faces and that it's a Greek term, but actually the etymology of the word, they say it was also a twin king, possibly related to, I believe, Nimrod, but it also means one who, like, keeper of the land. It was a people, a description of the people who were lineage bearers and foundational ancestors. Is the true root of the word Ethiopis.
Yes, yes, sir. 50. One of the elders that we play regular speaks about actually that lineage also under the Ptah. And so when Ross Cipher speaks about the astrological positioning of Ptah being the beginning, so those who place the Ptah, which is a root in also Ethiopia, they were, as you were saying lineage holders, rightful land bearers, which is most, I can't think where I got this document and I wanted to open it. Can't think where I got this document and somewhere. Oh man, I had the metadata. I thought I downloaded it to show us the 50 gates as well. I wanted us to kind of go through that because that took us into the Kabbalistics and the Kabbalah. And many of the aspects of the Kabbalah have kind of swallowed many of our traditions in many ways, to where we're not aware. But going there, I wanted to give us this outlook of the 50 gates. Many people have not really heard of the 50 gates, but it's a cross section. That's why I wanted to show the metadata, because I didn't want one aspect to kind of swallowed in their own aspect of customary or language, even though we can track the tree of life, the Kabbalistical components to the Temple of Komobo on Elephantine Island, and showing the science of what they're using in Kabbalistics is the traditions coming out of our customary science. An outline of the 50 gates of understanding accompanies some editions of the Sefer Yetzirah. Therefore, I'm inclined to post the revelations of the 50 gates here in our Sefer Yetzirah Forum. The two outlines that I've seen have been ill conceived, that are filled with blinds or very poorly translated. Thus, during my spiritual retreat, I've been contemplating the 50 gates and my experience of them in the light of continuing over the years, and praying for revelations, clarifications from the Spirit of God, Tezedekiim, in my communion, to write an outline for the Christian Kabbalah of our lineage. The following is new teachings I wish to share to the community. Introduction to the gates of understanding. There are 50 gates of Binah, Ben Yah, Son of God, corresponding with the works of creation, the Maseth or Bershet, the play of creative evolution, emanation, creation, formation, and action, all according to the will of El Elyon. El Elyon is not a Hebrew deity. It's Canaanite. Melchizedek, king and priest of the Most High God. When Melchizedek referenced to God, it was El Elyon, which is a part of the Canaanite pantheon. So, just to give that clarification, all according to the will of El Elyon, the Supreme. The 50th gate corresponds with the Son of God, the Messiah, the anointed who enter into the experience of conscious union with the Sephirah and with the infinite and eternal Ein Sof Yah. From the first gate to the last gate, the gates correspond with cycles and developments of evolution and the ascension of life from the primordial chaos and void through the elemental, mineral, vegetable, animal, human, heavenly, and angelical realms into the super abode or the place of the Messiah. According to the Holy Kabbalah, the prophet Moses was able to open and enter 49 gates, but was not able to open and enter the 50th gate, for he was not the Messiah and could not withstand the full influx of the supernal light and the Spirit of God, Ranch, Elohim, and therefore did not experience the supernal or the messianic consciousness or the consciousness unification with the supernal Sephirah or the infinite one through the full embodiment of the holy light and spirit. However, his complete self-offering on the cross, Yeshua Messiah, was able to open and enter the 50th gate, and through him the way is open for us to enter into the 50th gate. And those who engage perfect cleaving to the Messiah, the Adonai Messiah, gathered into the most holy mysteries, revealing the great natural perfection of the soul, the enlightenment and liberation of the soul in the infinite and eternal. Praise the Lord. 50 gates of understanding, primordial chaos, formlessness, primordial voidness, emptiness, primordial abyss, space, element, foundation of elements, air, fire, water, earth, individuation of elements, qualities, combination and mixtures, individuation, diverse minerals, simple vegetation, seed-bearing grasses, germination of seeds, moistures, herbs, trees, fruitation of vegetable life, simple animal life, insect, reptiles, fish, sea, and the great giants of the deep, birds of the air, birds of prey, beasts of the fields, and all manners and land. Materials, bestials, humankind, material human forms, the gifting of soul, the Heya Nepha, the appearance of the human one, faithful and spiritual humanity, mystery of male and female, Adam and Hava at Eve, complete human one in coupling or as microcosm, gift of the 5 human faces, 5 exterior partizumphim, gift of the 5 powers of the soul, or 5 aspects of the soul, Human, one in the image of the Elohim, God. Holy enlightened ones, or angels of the righteous one, Tesadikim. Adam Kadam, the primordial human being. The Vilon Tebel, the veil of paradise, the first heaven. Rakim, the firmament, the second heaven. The Shekhekim, the heaven, the third heaven. The Zebul, the celestial dwelling, the fourth heaven. The Ma'am, the heavenly dwelling, the fifth heaven. The Makum, the place, the sixth heaven. And the Arabat, the clouds of the plains of light, the seventh heaven. Entirety of heaven, heavens of heavens, eighth heaven, supernal abode. The Ashim, the soul of fire, ministers of fire. Kerbium, strong ones, or guardians of gates, paths and realms. The Benai Elohim, sons of God. The Elohim, the lesser or greater divinities. The Malikims, the messengers or words of gods. The Seraphims, warriors of heaven or fiery spirits. The Hashmalim, the speaking silence. The Aralims, the thrones or dominions. The Ophanims, the wheels of continuance, are also the Aeons. And the Hayats, the holy creatures, also the Siriams of the supernal prince. And the Ain Sof and the infinite Ain Sof, lights of the infinite, the Messiah, the 50th gate. The 50th gate. Now, the final gate corresponds with the risen and ascended Messiah, abiding in consciousness unification with the infinite in full reintegration with the infinite light. These are the 50 gates of understanding, as known in the supernal realization, and through realization of the Holy Spirit, contemplation of them, and praying for revelations in them can lead to insight into the deep mysteries of the work of creation and the work of salvation, the Masef Yeshua. So there's a science being studied of life. So, we hear people say, well, the Jewish people, they're doing all kind of stuff and they're working this and they seem to be doing things that seem to be just like the African rituals and this and that and everything, and they're doing the Judaism, and they're doing it, and they're studying life in a science. But we've been contained in a flat line. Now, I read these 50 gates, but the 50th gate is the Ein Sof and the Ein Sofar, which is the infinite light. And, we don't have we trying to stop mostly at 12. But I want to let our guest speaker also do something about her book. But these 50 gates I just read, I want to give you just one more image of that, to help you just contemplate that in another form, as it has been given, to just get your mind to think. That we draw this triangle and square as the 7 bodies. And we put it there in that science, but I have to show it in another imagery as well. All right. So In this imagery, we put 3 pillars in the doorway, the arch doorway. But it is also, I think I got it. Trying to see if it was drawn. Well, usually we put the drawing of the arch doorway also in the square. And when it's put into the square, it places it as so when we put the arch doorway into the square and it puts the tree of life, the statement of and so far, it is the triangle, meaning that the mind is the crossroad to the higher self and the lower self. And so those 50 gates, or the path of Moses being the mind can only rise but so high in the consciousness. And it requires it to turn into a soul reality. So when it turns into the soul reality, we're talking about a rising point. The triangle and the square also representing masculine and feminine. That's in all of the names of which the Abrahamic constructs took and made into God. Allah, Yahweh. Those names represent a masculine and feminine, as well as El Elyon, masculine and feminine. In that component, they translate it to El, also with his construct, Ashira. And then they turn El into Yahweh, and it goes to Yahweh in Ashira. And then the tradition drops Ashira, the feminine principle, from the construct of the faith principle. So the science then changes as well. So as Ross Cipher was showing with the astrological component, and I always stress is that the star knowledge was given by the king priest Melchizedek, the Ethiopian lineage, Balaam, and the Council of Nice took the star knowledge and created the character, Jesus. That then took the people off the course, and the foundations of the earth was out of course. That's the cross. But this cross would be found and restored, but the cross wasn't lost. The tradition was the Basilius, King of Kings, Star King tradition, also Star Queens, Empresses. And in that component, the prophetical vision came to Lalibela to build Lalibela, New Jerusalem, and not go fight in the Crusade Wars. Ethiopia stayed in its inclusive environment. The empire was an expansive environment of king lineages all over the world in those aspects. And it went into a seclusion in the enhaven of the protection of Ethiopia, the land. And as the story goes from the Dejan Shua, Ethel, the gold, the gift of gold, the shiny, the splendor. And even as we read, the original Greeks even said, when they spoke of Ethiop or Ethiop, it wasn't the burnt, it was the splendor, the black gold, the shiny. This is where, as you go into their Kabbalistics, they go into the Zohar and so forth. They talk about the splendor, the shining. The traditions and the customs and the languages hide us. But there before us is the king and priest orders, revealing that middle pillar, that third, the triune, which is a science that embodies everything. Not gonna go too far into that. Just wanted to get to a point that was opened up, and I think we're close with that. Existence. The science of alchemy became a hidden. And so we close on a statement, not an answer in all of the components, but just to give us a direction in certain components. To enter this degree, we ask you, OURSTORY, to reflect all your temple building lessons for heightened awareness. Far eye vision is now the frequency needed for this plane of dimensional travel. The fifth dimension is the place of the war in the heavens. Star Wars, the fifth dimension, the mind. The war for the body of Moses, that's the book of Jude. For the angel Michael, Melchizedek, fought for the body of Moses in the book of Jude. The mind being the fifth body, the fifth dimension, the field of battle, the Star Wars. Now we provide you, Far Eye Warriors, with your lifesaver, a flaming sword, and a spacecraft. For you have traveled the path of a true Far Eye. And now we shall prepare you to become a member of the galactic cosmic force, keepers of the stargates, OSA, vibrational travels. Would not the gods be able to overcome the lower planes, realms? Once this travel is, then they shall enter into the higher dimensional travels, the galactical dimensional planes, the stargates, the Merkaba. Far Eye training. The adept language is starlight encodes. The Far Eye we enter in the degree. The 13th or the 13, the pillar of the priest, is only known by the warrior, for the priest is the warrior, the defender of the way. Master your chi, because the enemy can take your energy and use it against it. The art of temple building, strengthening the mind, as the sister was saying, the healing of the temple, coming out of those states of trauma, those childhood bindments that bind us. those those points that have made us doubt our light because of pain. The art of temple building, strengthening the mind, but the outer challenges are the razor of strength. And she said she felt death, but not death as death, but as initiation. I resonate with that. I've told people about in the federal prison, they starved me to 90 pounds. I died twice in prison. So I know how it's an initiation. And I've been through initiations that send you through a component where it's initiation in the form of transcending over, letting the body know that you're beyond it. So there's a reality that they've taken us out of a dimension of our own mindset, strengthening the mind, but the outer challenges are the razor of strength. Mundane warfare must be mastered in the elemental use against the bloodline. Frequency projections through commercialized mechanisms. We see how they're doing with TV. We see how they do with our traditions and customs. As we find the answers, they come and commercialize our ways, taking the frequency back down to a lower element. So those things we must protect against. Turning the masses into commercial commodities, the biologic war. We know if someone teaches you your bio, they're teaching you your story of life. And if someone is attacking you with biologic, they're attacking you with what? The logic of your life or the science of your life. So we're under a biologic war. We must be fought in every elemental form. What is the logistics of the war? Mental, metal, the ore of the body, the oracle. The body is a feminine principle, an oracle, an oracler, a word of the womb. It is pregnant. It will release the word of God, the judgmental. Every day is a day of judgment. That's the science of our being. We're shapeshifters. We adapt. Our being revolves around our consciousness. They've trapped us in a cycle of death through oppression, through neo-colonialism. The metallurgists separating metal from their ore or newer forms of a hidden form of alchemy. The transforming of metal is what is said of alchemy today. But Farai cipher now, you are an electrolytic cell converting electricity into chemical energy and converting chemical energy into electricity. Your combat training begins in mastering the knowledge of your chi, of your electricity. Tri-city, the triangle. Study its movements, its science, and you learn the force, O Farai. Feel the force flow within. The chi is flowing. The force is flowering. It is the Lilith, the lily of the valley, the rose of Sharon. For you to see this, we provide now a few definitions of study. Electromagnetic field, a property of space caused by motion of electric charge. A stationary charge only produced an electric field in surrounding space. If charge is moving, and a magnetical field is produced. If charge is moving, a magnetical field is produced. And we're talking about how do you create paradigms, frequencies, electromagnetic radiation, energy that is propagated through free space or through a material medium in the form of electromagnetic waves, such as radio waves, gamma rays, X-rays. Electrolytic cells, any device in which electrical energy is converted to chemical energy. Electrochemistry, branch of chemistry concerned with relation between electricity and chemical change. Electrical impedance, measure of total opposition. Impedance equals resistance and reactant. Fari, the vessel, the body is an electrical device. Failure to understand the workings of the vessel, the craft, can cause a loss on the battlefield, the magnetic field, the electron. In science, there are machines that measure the electrical impulse in the brain, the muscles and heart, proving the body is an electrical vehicle. We stress this point for one who seeks the truth of the craft will study to show themselves approved. In grip with the elements, energy harnessed to defend, our hands become bursts of electrical force. Our bodies are just like water. Our movement is like the wind. The defender is the warrior of the art. It is martial art, but it is marital, equaling marriage. It is the master of the lower nature, the two becoming one, the third eye movement. Learn to not only walk on water, but to turn water into wine. This is the drunken master technique. The molecular transforming movement is mastery of every cell, for it is the key to the chemical, the chem, the needed to turn the water to wine. Eat to live is a resurrection term, for to have died, you must fight to live. And if you are dying, you must fight to live. Remember, we are far-eye warriors, defenders of the way. Thoughts produce chemicals, reactants, which could be impedance to obtaining the charge. So just as in the 1930s through the 1970s, the movement was called resistance. Everything was not allowed access to the temple, the vehicle, and resistance training was key to survival of the nation. The degree of resistance is like a tiler at the door, a guard to keep the way. Removal of food that poisons the physical, for they produce impedance, opposition to the electrical flow. Organic ito eating is a science of alchem or alchemy. This is aligned with oxygenation, breathing techniques produce a chemical change that produces an electrical charge to transform metals. With the base Tai Chi mastery to align chakras and begin turning 6 lead jars of water to wine. The 6 chakras, 6 lead jars. Those that produce the biologic that what we eat does not matter to our spiritual development are surely the same ones we must put up a resistance to, for they are attacking us for the body of Moses, for the mind. Do they not know alchemy? Lamech, for he who kills him shall receive a 70-fold punishment. Alchem being the black dot, the opening of the third, the far eye. So they do not want you to be a far eye warrior. They are trying to remove the defender of the way. To produce a charge, you must have a proper mental chemistry, physical chemistry, food we eat, and then the operation of raising the Kundalini begins. In the story of Elijah, Eli, raising Jah, told Elisha, do not stop and talk to anyone or you will lose the charge. Take this staff and lay it on the dead and they will live. The staff of Moses was a serpent, the Kundalini energy. But this energy can be negative or positive. It depends on the electron, the mind. Reflect. The higher is spirit, energy that can neither be created, atum, nor destroyed. But it is atum that makes up matter. The physical world, Asaya, Asia. So the energy of our very own temple can either be divine or a demon. In alchemy, the process of drawing light out of darkness. So the knowledge of darkness, Kim, has been hidden, for the enemy never wanted the return of the Farai warriors, keepers of the way. For then the stargates would be open, and the Ancient of Days, the ever-returning ones, would come. Dimensional travel is done in light degrees, but the light vessels have no access to the portals due to improper access codes. But now we gain access through diplomatic efforts of learning to decode. The DNA is the code. It is the hydrogen, meaning a solar, but yet the vessel is lunar, formula. This is why the mother is always considered lunar. She is matter, the dark one, but the light, the DNA, the hydrogen is drawn out of darkness. This is alchemy. The pituitary is symbolized by the crescent moon. It produces the honey, the golden substance, the golden child, the Buddha, the enlightened one. In Ancient Futures, a book by Wayne Chandler, Chandler explains and proves that the book of I Ching was given by the ancient Sumerians, the Dragon Dynasty. Who is Buddha, the son of Maya? And then the Shaolin monks represents a very ancient Farai warrior, the green dragon, the black ninja. And transforming the code is entered, then the access is given to the portal, and the vehicle of light, of life, is ready for travel. Your spacecraft, electromagnetic radiation, life-saving, flaming sword. There in the east of Eden was placed a cherubim and a flaming sword to keep every way to the tree of life. In this fifth dimensional war, this Star Wars, you must be armed with your lifesaver, Farai warriors. It is given to all Farai masters. It moves with the force. It is the chi. In temple building, book 1, we laid a foundation on lower self being a 9, and the divine mind, the Peter or the rock, which the church, the temple, is built upon. We will use the word rock to align this degree of defense. We move you, Farai, to first remember Ruth or Ruth equals truth. For her, in this physical plane, we only see half of the truth. So all truths are but half truths. But to Farai, vision is given to see Ruth lay at the feet of Boaz, and a marriage takes place. Ruth is a Moabite, a child of Lot, the Sumerian dragon dynasty. So Ruth represents the code of the bloodline. The Moabite becomes Boaz, the royal lineage. Now, the dragon dynasty was also encoded in Celtic mythology of King Boaz, Arthur. In the story of King Arthur, he is the son of Uther, Pendragon, the Celtic dragon dynasty. The Camelot, stories of Cam Lot. And in this Arthurian legend, a story is told of Uther Pendragon throne being passed on to only one who can draw the sword, Excalibur, from the rock, the stone. The sword drawn from the rock of self, the rock, the lead, that were alchemically transformed become a golden flame, and when raised can defend the nation. It is the mark of the Canaanite or the Canaanite of the royal blood lineage. It is real. The sword of Islam equals peace. For when the Kundalini is raised from the tomb, the rock, the dead, it is traveled. It is the travel in the middle pillar, the path of the Messiah. It is the pillar of Maliki or Malachi and the pillar of Zedek coming together at the keystone called Shalom, peace, Kether, the crown. The drawing of the sword out of the foundation, out of the rock. The passage in the middle pillar. So when we talk about lunar science and the pineal and the pituitary and the breathing and the eating and the removing the traumas from the blockages that we have in our being and not understanding how we function, this is our science. This is the doorway into self. This is going into the upper room. This is freeing the mind from the box. There are many dimensions to this. And then just reading that in that aspect, just to close out. This sword is your lifesaver, O far eye. In the war in heavens, the Star Wars, the middle pillar is represented by the number 26. For it is the Sephoric spears of the middle pillar and the 26 vertebrates, the passage of the chakras. This is the passage, the middle path, that the Kundalini rises through the serpent, the Uraeus is raised. For just as Moses raised the serpent in the desert, so must the sun, the hydrogen of man, be raised. The Kundalini is the flame, the Shin. Reflect, remember Shin is added to Yahweh Vahe and becomes Yeshua. So Shin comes in the Father's name, meaning the Shin, the fire, the flame that travels in the middle pillar. For Yahweh Vahe equals 26, just like God equals 26. So the flame, the sword equals the word that became flesh. Opharai, as a warrior, a keeper of the way, the entire makeup of your being is the sword, the defender of heaven, of the tree of life, the access codes to the stargates, the portals. In the basis of mundane plane, the darkness, the matter, the mother, the melanin, is charged through an alchemical process using tetrahydrogamma bread, also called marijuana, Mary's son. So we watched a video where they talked about, I think it's Richard King's book on melanin, where he speaks on how the cannabinoid reacts because we have cannabinoid systems in our body. We have a cannabinoid receptors that works along just like our endocrine system, endocrine receptors. That means our ancestors used cannabinoids for years. Had to been ages for it to be a receptor in our body, for the feminine principle to have it as a component in breast milk. That's why they say with mothers really breast milk, they feeding the baby and the cannabinoid release is going in their body as well. They're getting a cannabinoid release that's like a high from breastfeeding. So it is charged through an alchemical process using the tetrahydrogen gamma bread, also called marijuana, Mary's son. For marijuana charges the melanin, causing alchemical charge, raising the shin to spark the pineal to unite with the pituitary, causing the production of the milk and honey, the promised land. So when we use herbal methods and invoke methods are invoked, it must be overstood in its alchemical works. For the one that draws the sword from the rock is a possessor of the life saver. So when we look at Jah, as Rasta, we say Jah. The mathematics of Jah is 19. 19 is self-savior. Many of you hear the brother call himself 19 Keys. Well, in the Ethiopian World Federation, our constitution says, save yourself from annihilation. So as we learn the science and we understand the biologic war against us, and we break the veils of the codes of the languages from religion to the other encodaments or parallel riddles that have been given in the lodges and so forth that come out of our sacred science. The sword of the far eye must be protected, for the enemy can use it against thee. So many untrained minds use marijuana, opening extrasensorial perceptions, but only to intake impedience, substance, incorrect mental food, physical food. So the electricity is unable to create the flaming sword. Instead, one becomes a host, not for the Most High, but of biologic infections deep within one's core. The lifesaver, the weapon of the far eye warriors, defenders of the Stargate portals. I have swung the flaming lifesaver and cut off the head of the demon, Raktaviji, and the Kali. The black goddess takes her tongue and drinks his blood to prevent the drops of blood from becoming duplicated copy of the demon. Now the Kali dances the rhythm of Nyabingi and the vibrational instruments of justice used by Melchizedek. Now, I say that and I read that in that language because, we're taught not to see things together. This is India. And this is a script language called Devanagari in India. And it goes to how they inscripted to do Sanskrits. But let's track where the root of Devanagari comes to. What is the related scripts? They don't take it back to Indo-European or nothing. It's right here in the line with the Canaanites, with the Egyptian hieroglyphs, the Pro-Sinaitics. If they say Phoenician, Aramic, all of those are the Canaanite, where they got Arabia, Hebrew, and all of these things. But here is the Nagari, or they say Devanagari, but it's the Nagari. And the Nagari scripts is the ancestors of the Devanagari and other variants. So I just want to show you something real quick. I think I got it here. So they give Jainism, but I wanted to, let me see if I can go back one more. They speak of what they call their solar dynasties. Wanted to take you to one main component. In Jainism, Tirthankara is a savior and supreme preacher of the Dharma, the righteous path. Tirthankara signifies a founder of Tirtha, a forbidden passage across samsara, the sea of interminable, so I'm sorry about interminable birth and death. That means continuous rebirth, birth, and death. According to the Jainist, Tankaras are supreme preachers of Dharma, the righteous path, who have conquered samsara and on their own made a path for others to follow. After understanding the true nature of self or soul, the Tirthankaras attain Kavanana Janana omniscience. The Tirthankaras provide a bridge for others to follow them from samsara to moksha, liberation. In the Jain cosmology, the wheel of time is divided into two halves: the Usamparni, the ascending time cycle, and the Amvasari, the descending time cycle. Rasaifa spoke about the 26,000 actually has a time and a half. And each half of cycle, each 24 Tenkara graces this part of the universe. There have been infinitely many Tenkaras in the past. The first 10 Tenkaras in the present cycles, the Hunda and Visaras, was Rashbinas, who was credited with formulating and organizing humans to live in a society harmoniously. The 24th and last Tirthankara of the present half cycles of the Mahavira, 599 BC, 527 BC. History records the existence of the Mahaviras and his predecessors of the Varshavantas in the 23rd Tirthankaras, organizing the Sangha in the fourfold orders of the male-female monastics. Samvaras, male followers, Samvikas, female followers. And I read this just to give an aspect of the mindset. Hold on, I don't know if it's going to come up in this because I was trying to go to a different one. The word Tentakara signifies the founders of formal passages. Tentars are variously called teaching gods, ford makers, crossing makers, makers of the river of crossings. No. And today we have these consciousness waking up, remembering the passageways. And the ancient science will be revealed in everything that is said now still, but there are mechanisms now that will be born now for this time out of ancient teachings, but it will be the innate initiative awakening in individual people who will bring solutions to the table in many forms. And as was said tonight, one of the greatest forms is helping our people heal. And that's the key with our story, finding the keys to help our people heal. Where are those gateways of knowledge to open their psychology, to help them free themselves, to turn the dead states in their life into golden sunrises, to bring them out of the tomb, to transform the lead to gold, to teach them the alchemy of life. How do we unlock their innate powers that they have within them? To help them remember the heavenly messages that's written within them. So we review the science and the thought processes. And again, we've all read and heard many times in here the history and the connection between Ethiopia and India. So we know that teachings that we gave to the world still exist in the world, which allows us to remember ourselves. And that's the beauty of giving gifts in life, you know? So, not to go any further, but I did just want to read that. There was a section I wanted to read where it actually would clarify to you the Cushite connection. But I guess the language would be good enough, just showing you the Devanagari language is the key here. That shows you the root, the root lineage or the root of this language can be tracked through this elements. Empress, would you like to give us the details on your book and your connections or any outputs that you would like to give in this closing? Give thanks.
Give thanks, Divine Brother. Yes, thank you for the opportunity. Before I do that, I would like to touch a little bit about the India and our connection as well through language. There's a state of consciousness, much like the 50 gates. It's called the Ashta Siddhi, which is the 8 powers or the 8 petal flower. And the sacred geometry of this flower actually is the same 8 petal flower, which we call the mescal flower. The intersection, the X, the access point, the gate into a higher consciousness. As well, the name Siddhi is a description of us. The Siddhi people are the descendants and are the Ethiopians, the Kushites in India. And if you dive into the word Siddhi, a lot of times they like to misdirect the information and say that those were the African slaves brought into India. But I want to expand a bit, and this is why language is very important to decode or to recognize. So the Siddhi people, as they spell it Siddi, they say are African descendants from Bantu, Ethiopia, Somalia. But these are different migratory pattern times. The word Siddhi, 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 is a perfected state of consciousness that gives rise to extraordinary ability. The Siddhas are the enlightened masters, those who have achieved the Siddhi. This is a description of us, you melanated Anu Kushite people, teaching the level of consciousness and the access to these higher realms. We celebrate the new year in September, the resurrection, the birth. That's what the new year is. And we celebrate with the mescal flowers. But I just wanted us to understand how, not just because these flowers are beautiful and they bloom in September, but how perfect nature is coded. That sacred geometry of those 8 petal flowers, symbolic of a level of consciousness. Us in India, the mystics and the mages were Sahidi people. We are the ones. We must reawaken, recalibrate, remember, so that we can lead this world back into a harmony, back into a resonance where we are once again in flow with nature, the cosmos, and self. We are the leaders. We were always the leaders. The world fell under disharmony when we were not. So we have to take that responsibility and also give yourself that level of entitlement. It's sacred. Nurture your melanin, nurture your DNA, nurture your code, and see it as something that is a sacred cosmic gift to the world. I had a dream about a couple of months ago about Lalibela. And I said, what if the cross and the X are interchangeable? What if the Lalibela cross was possibly the X, the access point, symbolic of reaching that next level? In Aksum, the obelisk, they have many levels carved in it, and you have circular, you have suns, and it's also symbolic. You have spirit doors. It's also symbolic of, again, resurrecting, going through the night, rebirthing the next day with the sun. All these cycles, but reaching levels of consciousness to cross into that threshold. And what that threshold is, it's not just reaching there so that you can have supernatural abilities and abuse them. Give me one moment, please. And thank you again for allowing me to be here. If I had more time, I definitely would have presented something for the screen. So forgive me in my improv, everyone. Thank you. Our eumelanin is a spectrum of resonance material. It's light, charge, vibrations. It's the harmony, it's the heartbeat of this realm. So charging that, activating it through the heart, through the nurturing, through the mother, through the feminine, being in perfect balance between our logic and our compassion, between our discernment and our compassion. The balance of the ma'at, the feather symbolizing consciousness, and your heart. Although these times are dense, you can feel it very much compacted. Levels of anxiety is very high. A lot of us are triggered right now with one, maybe just an internal feeling because we are antennas. Maybe there's some triggers of our past, and we spoke about childhood, the subconscious coming to the surface. But I encourage us, or I encourage you to stay encouraged, to be encouraged, to see this as a step or a gateway into a higher level of consciousness. Giving yourself the invitation to expand beyond or break through restrictions that have been put on us that have not allowed us to tap into our ancient ways. And because of this, we are hurting spiritually. Because of this, our ancestors are dormant, unable to help us. They too, not strengthened in the spirit world, because we are told not to speak to our ancestors, not to venerate them. It's taboo. I encourage you to maintain your strength, dive a little bit deeper. Know the spirit world is not wicked, it's not evil. You know, I say my grandmother who has transitioned to the next realm, if she's someone who I cared for me and loved me here in this world, then I trust her in the next realm with her higher perspective to be able to guide me. And so I just want to offer you that encouragement to seek use discernment as well, because we do have a lot of misguided healers, a lot of misinformation. Just as our divine brother had that chart and showed us how things can be remembered, but also predicted. So this awakening of the melanated people, we might not remember it, but know that they have calculated and are expecting it. We have a responsibility to counter, shift, or to tilt, balance this realm back into harmony, and we have that gift. So if we can fall in love again with the alchemy of our identity, connect to each other, be a bit more gentle with each other, we have a chance. I would like to read a short excerpt of my book, since we tapped in about childhood, if that's okay, if the community has space for it right now.
Yes, yes, yes. And give us the information, put it in the chat or something.
Oh, yes, thank you, thank you. The title of my book is Life Stories of a Modern Kushite Mystic, and you can find the link to explore support at my website, spiritofthenow.org. Also, you can find a link at my on my IG, Ethioflower. And I began sharing my writings recently on Substack, and it's the Kushite Mystic. You can also find me there. And also a podcast. I just launched my podcast. I just birthed it, I should say. Still nurturing it. I'll share, since we spoke about childhood in Ethiopia, and as well the importance of the diaspora and Ethiopia's children around the world to reconnect. I'll share a story of when I first visited Ethiopia at 19. I believe that's what this is. So I share the chapters as stories. So story 10 is called The Bird, A Soul Set Free. When I was young, my uncle opened the first Ethiopian restaurant on Fairfax Avenue in Los Angeles. Today, this area is officially zoned as Little Ethiopia, a historical moment in which my early 20s, I had the honor of being on the founding board that made that zoning possible. I had many memories of tagging along with my father for community meetings and engagements. One fondest memory is a mural that was painted in the entire length of the restaurant that mesmerized me. It felt as if it had always called me. Lost in fantasy, I would obsessively draw this waterfall and would imagine that one day I would eventually see it in person. I would visualize myself standing there by the Nile Falls and having a sense of belonging there. Eventually, as an adult, I would visit this magical place called Tisabai, Smoke of the Nile. It was a wet and muddy, rainy trek to the falls. Along with family members and our guides, we climbed boulders, trekked inclining trails, and crossed a narrow bridge. I remember the moment we reached the waterfall. I actually could feel its presence before seeing it. As we made our last ascent up the trail, we turned the corner up the steep hill, and there, like the sound of rolling thunder, Tisabai in full flow. Blue Nile Falls, the source of the Nile River, the most beautiful waterfall, was gushing in front of me. The mural I once drew in my imagination is here in front of me. I had visited the Niagara Falls as a child and remember feeling the strength of the mist as it rolled over my face while on the boat at the bottom of the falls, yet this experience of the Nile Falls brought me into instant tears. Flooded with emotions, I also felt fed with energy. There she was, the falls, my dream turned into reality. My call was answered, and somehow it felt very familiar. I felt home. It was as if thousands of ancestral knowledge programmed my flesh with each micro droplet of mist. It was there on the cliff of the falls that I first felt the spirit of the now and knew I was called home. This first trip to Ethiopia was very emotionally challenging, from being the first to return to Ethiopia as a diaspora bloodline from my father, to the culture shock of such beauty, wonder, and spirit. However, it was my last night of this 6-month journey in Ethiopia that would shift me deeper into the spirit of the land. Young and vivacious, curious, I met a young Tigray boy while on the trip. I was a young teen summer romance, my first glimpse. I swore I saw an angel walking on earth. The most beautiful, tall, melanated, handsome person I'd ever seen. Against cultural strict standards, at our age, we began to date in modesty. We had a beautiful friendship. We would walk everywhere together, to his English school, to his soccer matches, and to our favorite pastime together. We would routinely walk up the hills, through the Cabana River, and to the Ambo Church at the top of the hill every evening. On our walks, we would talk about everything under the stars. He was very spiritual, to be just 18. His dedication to his studies, families, and the Orthodox faith impressed me. He didn't obsess over me physically. He too was very attractive, yet we simply enjoyed each other's company, especially when we perched on the bridge watching the Cabana River flowing beneath our feet. Sometimes just sitting there in silence, you can imagine what quite a controversy we stirred in the neighborhood. An American-born first generation and the neighborhood golden boy. There were lots of evil eyes on us. After 3 months in Ethiopia, my sister joined me. Our time together there was special and brought our usual big sister, little sister distant relationship to closeness. We bonded tightly, especially being the only English speakers in the home. We took trips throughout the country and cultivated mutual friendships. It was the first time we had ever hung out together. All the time, this time that she was there, we even shared a twin bed. But it was our last night in Ethiopia that might have brought us closer than it was our last night that brought us closer. A supernatural experience where I had to be brave, fearless. It was emotional, and I needed my big sister. As our wild and immersive experience was coming to an end, I suddenly fell ill with a high fever the last night before our departure. Out of the blue, I became too weak to even pack or stand. My sister and I were unsure as to what to do, considering being hospitalized and missing our return flight to Los Angeles was not the option for us. My young teen romance instructed me to come to his home. This is unconventional, considering you are not allowed to date openly at our age. He had asked his mother to allow me to stay the night because of my condition. His parents saw that I was really in bad shape, and they welcomed me into their home to receive rest and care. Extreme chills and fatigue, I was barely conscious. I was placed on their sofa in the modest salon where the family routinely gathered. His mother began burning etan, sacred incense, and the smoke filled the home with aromas of frankincense and myrrh. His mother, strikingly beautiful and had the kindest aura. His mother and siblings all tended to me as I lay on the sofa, wrapped me in the gabi, a traditional pure Ethiopian cotton throw. Unable to sleep from the discomfort, my temperature and my body aches. The room began to spin, and I eventually dozed off into a deep dream state. I was suddenly outside their home. It was warm, clear, sunny day, which was odd considering it was the peak of the heavy rain season. I was slowly walking along the home, absorbing the warmth of the sun. As I approached the front door, I was met by a brown dove that sat on the ledge of the home. Then I realized I was dreaming, I assured myself. Fully aware I was in spirit dream state by the recognizable divine warmth and glow of the feeling, and too weak in the physical world to wake myself up, the dream intensified. I noticed there was a white string tied around the bird's neck. It was in some sort of metamorphosis state, and its body was transforming colors. Up from his backside, it was transforming from a beautiful soft brown to the brightest of white, color shifting as the color white moved up and through its wings, and then to its neck, where the color transformation stopped at the white string around its neck. In distress and unable to complete his transformation, I asked the bird, "Are you trying to transform fully white and the string is preventing you?" Instinctively in the dream state, I cut the cord of the string with golden scissors that suddenly appeared in my hands, symbolic of spiritual cord cutting. And like the spark of smoke from a magician's wand, the bird instantly turned all white. The quick color transformation caused the bird to rapidly fly away in bliss. Its sudden strength of flight startled me as it flew towards my face and up into the sky. It was such a great shift that it startled me awake. With a jolt of shock, I opened my eyes in a dazed state. I was confused and unaware of my surroundings, as if I was in another realm and came back to my body, which jolted me awake. I was unclear as to what had just happened, or if I was even asleep and how long I was asleep. However, intuitively I felt that this was something significant. When I opened my eyes, his mother, positioned on a small traditional coffee ceremony stool, was right in front of me, watching carefully as I slept, as she prayed through the smoke-filled room. She was making buna, traditional Ethiopian coffee, and filled the room with ancient aromas. She noticed I was sweaty and I woke in a panicked state and asked if I was okay. I replied, "How long was I asleep?" By this time, my Amharic had grown strong enough to communicate simple words, but I asked my friend to translate. You nearly closed your eyes just for a moment, dear," she replied. Confused by the short explanation of time and needing answers, I shared with the kind woman my dreams, in which she replied, "Oh, that must have been an angel." Not too fazed, she continued to roast coffee beans for the ceremony. As she sat there gracefully in front of the fire, there was a loud, urgent knock at the compound metal gate. The youngest son went to answer the gate, then rushed back inside the house to deliver the urgent news. I could hear someone announcing in a loud voice to the neighborhood, but couldn't understand the urgent message with my language barrier. But I could feel that it was important. The elder next door had just transitioned, was the message. The son came and delivered the message to the kind woman nursing me back to health. The whole house turned and looked at me in shock, confused by language and by the state. I felt a bit exposed. The elder had been suffering from illness for some time, apparently. I was surprised that I felt a sense of his pain. I began to remember that in my dream state, it was the same feeling with the bird, pain and agony. The bird which pleaded for me to set it free. That is when this kind woman looked at me with the most genuine and soft glare and says to me with tears in her eyes, "Ade, you must be an angel. How did you know to set his soul free?" Was this an act of spiritual mercy and healing? Was this another death premonition? This moment terrified me so far beyond, so far away from home, my unusual comforters, my family. Although by then I had experienced premonitions of people's death, I was still so inexperienced with my gifts that I found it hard to not feel a sense of confused survivor's guilt. This was the first moment others outside my family witnessed these death premonitions or assistance. There was a spiritual familiarity that frightened me. The memory of the time I saw my high school friend's spirit appear, the very moment he was transitioning. Coincidentally, this spirit communicated also happened during a time of I was physically ill. Pattern recognition here. Afraid and overwhelmed with fear and emotions, I cried from discomfort and I asked to head back home to my relative's home. At this time in my life, only my family truly knew my supernatural gifts. I called my parents to receive some emotional comfort when my mother shared verbatim the same understanding as the kind woman who witnessed. Ade, you set his soul free. Young and terrified, still riddled with the guilt, I was overly emotional. Did I set this elderly sick man's soul free? Or did I guide him through this transition? Did I assist this man's soul healing during his transition by hearing his call and sending him a compassionate act in the spiritual realm? Did it happen again? Not again, I thought, feeling confused and 1,000 miles away. I was ready to board the plane and head home immediately. And thank you. That was just one little expert. It's a very personal testimony. So thank you for allowing me to share that part of myself. And I hope in the book, by sharing these experiences, that we find some resonance, some answers as well. I'm sure each and one of us have had moments where we felt some sort of either supernatural or extraterrestrial or celestial experience, and we don't have anyone really to resonate with or to connect with, to share these stories. Or maybe we feel really confused about the spiritual realm or cosmic realm. So it is my hopes that sharing my testimony, that people find a connection, and that also are encouraged through the process. Thank you. Give thanks.
Thanks. There any questions? Anyone? Questions? Thanks. Floor is open. Anyone have any questions? You can just open your mic. I can't see the hands. Put a hand on. Any of the empresses on the line want to ask a question? Don't be afraid.
Blessed love.
Yes, I give thanks.
Thanks and Isis. Beautiful presentation. I've really been in and out of my iris and taking it in. But I wanted to ask the sister. She spoke about something very important, and it's impacting our communities right across the board in different ways. The abuse, the psychological, sexual, the abuse that takes place inside the family. And as we go through the cleansing and reawaken Anna's Iris, what recommendation would she recommend that Anna start kind of cutting that out? What caused that kind of abuse, and what is a recommended approach if those things are happening in one's family to safeguard the children when they are passing on the legacy of this spiritual and psychological and intentional regeneration of this iris that we're expressing here tonight? How do we approach eradicating this kind of abuse that intercept the growth and development of our youths? Give thanks.
Give thanks, sister. Excuse me. Give thanks, sister. Thank you so much for your question and your expansion of opportunity for our community to expand. So much in our community, I feel, So much language we need to change first. There's so much language that we hear. Don't be a victim. Don't be in victim mindset. That honestly makes people feel, one, very isolated, not supported, and not seen. I am one who feels that every victim deserves, one, to command others to say, I was a victim, to hear them say, I was a victim of something. Not to be muzzled because others are uncomfortable. And to understand that there is strength in vulnerability. We have to, this realm can be extremely lonely. We've been disconnected from our mother's nectar. For the moment we enter this realm, too many of us are not breastfed. Too many of us are not held. Oh, don't hold that baby too much, you'll spoil her. So much of our conditioning needs to change. It is difficult in a mindset and in a time period where we're in to receive that outreach for many reasons. Forgiving others for not having the capacity or the knowledge or wisdom or calibration to be able to see that we are victims, or to break the pattern of the cycle in themselves, a victim becoming an abuser, the abused becoming an abuser, and the cycle continuing. Having the strength to begin with self can feel extremely isolating. Resonance, harmony within self is so important. To know that, again, we are electrical beings, we resonate, we exude light and cosmic wisdom and knowledge that for centuries has been a target. There is a reason why. So to know that that light is the target and not you, to know that it's that light and that potentiality of you reaching that divinity again, or remembering that divinity and who you are, that was attacked. Understanding that, knowing that they understand, and for us to overstand that the plan is to glitch our light. How do you reclaim it? We're speaking a lot tonight about ancestral practices and wisdom and knowledge. It would be very difficult for me to suggest find a spiritual healer or a shaman who you can trust and receive a soul retrieval. Unfortunately, I don't feel comfortable even enough to where we are yet to know if we've identified enough who are safe. But I want to share a process that I apply in session to shed light to a journey that you could yourself as well spark. Or tonight, as we are encouraging each of us to really, really trust that we have the ability to call in and to manifest what it is that we need. I wrote the other day that the cosmos send us, they echo what we are feeling and we think. And if we trust enough in cycles and we understand enough of cycles and patterns and fractals and rhythm and how it works, and we can trust in ourselves to resonate strongly. This is what I need from this universe to bring me, show me the path to healing, align me on the journey, reveal to me so that I can be reborn, relieved. In session, what I see with sexual abuse in children, and it's not easy for me to be a seer or a spirit walker. So yes, I am a medium. I can see people on the other side, but I also could travel into your timelines. And when I'm doing this, I'm there standing, observing the trauma that's happened to the person. I feel all the emotions that that person feels at that time. And I see and witness that moment when a piece of your soul extracted from your body. And then from that moment on, your soul is hiding, waiting, unaware actually sometimes that they are waiting, waking up every day in the same cycle, unable to get out of this loop. Now, simultaneously, as that part of your soul is stuck in that loop, you're continuing this timeline. So let's fast forward maybe 20, 30 years. Maybe you're 45, 46, but that 8-year-old you, that fragmented part of you is still in that time zone, that time loop of that 8-year-old self. When they say going into the shadow, going into the dark places, really means tapping into your subconscious files. Our brains are computers, they're pictures. When I'm reading memories, sometimes it is reading just files. It could be very scary, it can be isolating, it could be, why would we want to go back there? You know, it's terrifying. But if you feel that you are in the capacity to revisit that moment, find that moment and feel that moment where your body, your spirit extracted from your body, a fragment of your soul extracted. Speak to that young, speak to yourself, face to face with your 8-year-old body. Find where it's hiding. I found souls hiding in closets, under the beds, in cupboards. Find yourself. Where did you hide at 8 years old when you were afraid or ashamed or hurt? Go into that hiding space with them, with yourself. Give it love. Walk through with the brightest light that you can. Imagine yourself turning the lumens of your aura up. Bright as you can. Shine as bright as you can so that you can give that fragmented soul some warmth. Give it a hug, a compassionate hug, warmth. Make it feel secure. Make it feel safe with your warmth glow. And then ask her to reunite with you. Tell her that you are here to nurture her, to understand that it's not her fault, to understand why life has felt fragmented, voided, to understand why other energy was able to occupy those voids and that it doesn't belong to you. And whatever occupied that space inside of you that was voided, cleanse it. Or let me say clear. I don't like to use that word cleanse because it sounds a little, let me just not say that. Clear it out. Clear the energy, whatever's occupying it. Other people's energy, other people's thoughts, negative thoughts, other ill experiences, other spirits, whatever it may be. Tell it you can no longer occupy this voided space because I am returning my fragmented soul back to myself. Give yourself permission to be whole soul. From that moment, imagine yourself cloaked in light, and let the journey begin. It'll be a new start, a new resurrection, maybe the next day, a new day. The next day we keep trying again. The next day we keep trying again. Not necessarily the journey of going back there, but getting used to this new body and nurturing this new body. How did I do today? Did I nurture my whole soul today? Oh, you know what? I just remembered another part of myself that experienced something. Oh, I didn't realize that that might have affected me. Give yourself permission to say, even, I went far back as even, even the memory I had of a first grade teacher, a non-melanated person telling me, I just triggered her spirit because I've always walked in my purpose and I knew who I was and I knew I triggered certain people. And in first grade, I walked in that classroom and she just so irritated with me. And I remember one day she called me stupid. And I didn't think that that had dimmed any of my spirit, but just very recently, when reflecting on my timeline, I said, oh, maybe I didn't bring that memory up because I thought it wasn't significant enough compared to the time I had a brain injury, to the time I had a shotgun put to my forehead, to the time I was chased by men with machetes, time I was paralyzed, the time I was physically tortured in the hospital. All these things I thought trumped these were the places I needed to go. But I give yourself permission to find every piece of yourself that extracted, micro to the macro. Reclaim all parts of yourself everywhere. And this is where, although the world and the externals can't give us that wholeness, it's really us, and that you have permission to give yourself that wholeness. And to charge, once you become whole soul or continue to work towards being whole soul, guard it, charge it, just like we plug up our cell phones every day, we charge up our laptops. Charge your body, rest, recovery, breath, calmness, stillness, art, music, love, service, nature, and water. That would be a whole nother segment about our connection to water and how we were disconnected from water, afraid to swim. But yes, my dear, I would encourage you to begin there. And by all means, I would not want to neglect to say, if anybody here ever wants to reach out, if you feel called and compelled, I'm always here. I'm open. Give thanks.
Yes. May I? Ras Kimmy and Ras Lazarus?
Yes, yes, give thanks.
Yes, give thanks. I asked the question because I hear you said a lot of things that really, all of our and I, including and I's Minister Ras Lazarus, Ras Safer, and has been happening and kind of reconnecting and I's Iris with that wholesomeness, that anciency, the Kushite dynamism. And I heard tonight the Indian and the Ethiopian connection, which is where I find myself. My father, my mother. My mother is a Mandingo, and my father is between Ethiopia and India and other spectrum of the family. But through the years, I have learned my trauma come from a different sort. A car accident traumatized my head, and I feel it traumatized the growth and develop of my iris as well, you know. And even when I had to do MRI, and then different experiences from a systematic perspective, trauma. What I've learned throughout the years, persons who I looked at growing up as a youth within the community, the Rastafari in particular, who in their late adult life, they have expressed their experience of trauma, sexual trauma within particularly the family, the community, etc. And it add to my physical and psychological trauma from a systematic and a car accident that I've been through as I try to navigate and try to, within my own self, to find a way, how do these people, these family members deal with experiences of this nature, you know? And I've seen the different approach has been taken, but then I saw that there are ones who feel as though they does not have the ability or the wherewithal to either to develop the strength or the know-how how to raise that sense of strength that you spoke about, to tap into where it begins and to see how best to heal. And sometimes even personal claim or groups that claim or environment that claim to be part of the healing, they too has their trauma, and sometimes it plays out in different ways in one's going through that healing process, probably unintentionally and sometimes intentionally. And so I asked the question to see if, you know, I could find a way to directly address matters of this nature. For me personally, and as Minister Lazarus mentioned, part of my healing that works is the Nyabingi drums, the Nyabingi fire, the word songs. That is what has been a guardian unto my healing path. But also listening to ones like yourself, Minister Lazarus, or Sefa, others, their part of bringing healing element and energy to our night, and the approach that they take. And so I ask the question because I've discovered over the past 13 years or more, the vast amount of ones who have been impacted by sexual abuse within our close community. And these abuse has been done by persons who supposed to be guarding and, you know, protecting these ones. So
I would like to speak on that on the male perspective side as well. Is that, you know, it's the science we're talking about in our story. That as a man, as a boy, when we're growing up, we're not guided into purpose. We're guided based on a reality of a world where we have no value. And all we're told is, you better do this and get you some value. You better do this, go to school. You better get this job, get you some value, get you some value. And then we have the low value processes is where in the substantiation of our character, our ego, the sexual lust is an emplacement for dopamine releasing. The quest of that is also from the plantation, the buck system. All of those elements and never maturing past them or healing past them still becomes codification in our culture, where young men and old men still are lost without purpose, chasing fulfillment in a sexual desire, and never coming to the realization of the works and the healings that we have to do for our community. So that identification is not bred into our young men. And so it breeds a culture that will eventually produce that. You then have poverty, impoverished realities, and desperation of feeling what they think others are supposed to feel. And all of those things amount to a ailment that dominates in our communities. But one of the things that on our side is, as the Empress says, the law of Ma'at, the science of ourselves. So when we say who we are and what we go through are two different things. Who we are and what we go through are two different things. The Europeans came and said that the law of Ma'at is I have not. But that's not a negative confession. That's a positive. That's a weight placed on a person. It's I am not. Because it's always the remembrance of the I am that I am. No matter what you go through, you can never forget yourself. That was the science of the Son of God on the cross and of the torment through the stories. No matter what was happening, you can't forget yourself as the I am that I am. And so in teaching the science and restoring back to that, helping people find that value in themselves past the things we've suffered and the devaluation that's been placed in the system. Those are the keys. Teaching ourselves to breathe again, to remind ourselves to check our breathing at all times. But again, I think the element of living without having purpose, living in desperation, living in a poverty-stricken reality, produces that poverty-stricken mind of illness and sickness. And those are the keys of us finding the minds with the vision now, so that we can create sustainability, create wealth to develop our communities and pull us out of that, so that we don't keep regenerating that impoverished mindset, those desperate hearts that are living without seeing their purpose. That's the goal now. So I hope that gave some insight. And if the Empress wanted to respond, I just wanted to put that masculine perspective. Because, as a man, I've lived in where we thought it was go to the club, catch you something, move around. Those was the goals. Get you a car so you can go do what you want. Couldn't wait to live the wild life. Go to the beach and live where a beach is at, So we thought those was the goals, but we didn't have purpose. We were trying to find value. Now, that's not an excuse in no way, but that's what leads to the perishment of the mind in that element. And then finally, hopefully, a man of age or a boy is taught the lessons of the purpose of their life. That's why getting your reading, your head, your ori, getting your lifeline, your birth charts, and all of these things when children come into the world to guide them on those aspects is important. That was our cultural dominion. We don't do those things no more. Our children are said to go to school and hopefully you find something you're good at. So the school lessons are you can find a way to get you a job by learning this. And so no vision of self is really guided. People are not taught purpose. And so that's where we have to gain the access of building schools, restoring that as a cultural element in these times. If that gives help. I'm gonna say, give thanks.
Give thanks. Yes, I would like to expand more as well. We spoke of language today. We spoke of frequency, resonance, sound. And what we must utter is truth. What our community must learn is accountability, transparency, and responsibility of those who have not experienced the abuse to be a safe place with no judgment. For those who have experienced sexual abuse as a child, to find your strength to tell your story, no matter being stigmatized, no matter how uncomfortable it might make others. That expression, truth, will set you free. Our community has a responsibility of, one, realizing that sexual abuse does not just belong to women, and that our men are also silent victims as well, because we women are also suffering in silence, are silent victims of sexual abuse as well. Women, we're not heard, we're not supported, there's no one to defend us when we're sexually abused as child or young. And yet men as well, were not protected. Young boys were not protected. They were told to mask their pain and their confusion as something to be proud of. The appropriation of an older female and a younger boy being some sort of initiation. So we must change our language. We must be the ones to speak up. I've been a licensed child care provider for 26 years. Now they require this course and certification, or this oath that we take as mandated reporters, and how they have to remind you to speak up when you see a child being, or even suspect a child being groomed or abused. And how many people are afraid to actually speak up? Not just for themselves, but to defend someone else or to protect someone else. We used to be extremely brave, and we still are very brave in many ways, but we must remember just how brave we are and we were. How brave it is to glitch the power, or to regain our power, in releasing these truths, holding people accountable for their actions. In our relationships, our family dynamics are broken, our relationship dynamics are broken. The masculine is resentful of the feminine because he secretly has been sexually abused as a child, but feels unable to be able to share that. So he's with a woman, but secretly resenting her. We women, in our partnership with the masculine, are angry with him because of what a man might have done to us before. And these could come out in many ways. It can come out in our tone, it can come out in fear, it can come out in our lack of commitment, in our hostile energy, in our lack of intimacy. It has broken down our family dynamics. It was intentional and imposed on us through many programs. I think some of the conversations that need to happen is for the masculine and feminine to be able to look at each other and say, we have both been the victim of targeting our sacred light. Because like you said, it glitches the alchemy of us. No child is supposed to have that type of stimulants so quickly, so young. So you began chasing, like you said, that dopamine or that feeling, but at the same time, it didn't feel natural. And you're on this vicious cycle of masking, running, and trying to hide and trying to heal. This is what this system was built on. We live in a nation of consumerism, or in a world of consumerism. What requires you to be a consumer? A traumatized soul, someone searching outside of self. You're going to purchase you're going to consume in order to conceal. Honest, real conversations, communities where if someone, I don't care what position of power they're in or what position of influence they are in, being held accountable. Someone being willing to say, I'm not embarrassed to say that this happened to me, and I see the patterns and recognize the patterns in someone grooming a child and stepping forward. If that requires for someone to be exposed, so be it. Kushite people were not just yogis and spiritualists and just peace and love. We were warriors. We defended righteousness. We defended harmony. We defended family and children. We can't separate the spiritual ascension for righteousness, for doing what's right, protecting the young, shielding our children. We need a whole new curriculum as a melanated community. We need to reshift our focus and realize we need to pay attention to our children. They're everything. The expression in pretty much every mother continental country is our children are our future. Why are we not protecting them? How are they supposed to be keepers of the wisdom if they're getting glitch, if we're not protecting them? And those who have had this happen to them, they recognize the signs, they know the signs. They recognize someone who is not who they're supposed to be. Our community doesn't speak up. We need to speak up for honor in relationships. If a masculine is speaking to a feminine in a way that is putting her in a submissive place, we need our community to say no. The divine masculine and feminine, that is supposed to be a harmony. We are both logic and intuition. There's no separation there. It's balance. I've had the unfortunate experience of raising my two children on my own. Their fathers are not too far, but not around at all. I stay honorable, focus on love, focus on their peace and their well-being, being a listener to my children, understanding, being accountable, asking for their forgiveness in my poor choice of a mate or in my decision of not choosing someone healed enough to be a safe father figure. But I found myself hurt, expecting community or hoping that community would see this person in passing or someone that they're communing with and hold them accountable. Say, where's your children? No one does that. Women holding women accountable. Don't prioritize this man and this relationship over your child. Holding each other accountable. Language, our tone, honesty. This too has to be incorporated in the conversations of divinity and spirituality. If not, we are not going to make it there where we're trying to get. We can't escape the realities of needing to change. And those of us who hear someone who's been through this journey, encourage them. If you too have been through sexual abuse as a child, connect with them, support each other, be a defender of children, be in service to children. They're not just seeds. We have to water them, not just with knowledge, not with just a program of how we want them to be in this life. They have their own journey. We have to allow them to explore and be who they are. They have their own star print, but we have a responsibility of watering them, with the nutrients of love, nutrients of food, shelter, peace. Encouraging our children to expand their imaginations, unplug. Encourage our children to be seen and to be heard and to know that they're protected. Like, we have to be accountable as a community. And I'm going to kind of leave it there because it's not an open end, it's not a definitive answer, but it is a calling for our community to make a change. And we can constantly be on a spiritual quest, but if we aren't honest in being a warrior in our community to put an end to sexual predatory behavior, then we are not divine.
Yes, I give thanks, give thanks. I say. Any other questions? Anyone else? Chaplain Omni? Did you want to ask a question as well? Plan a trip to Ethiopia for this year. I know she spoke on the trip to Ethiopia and coming to the Nile, that great river, feeling that presence. Awesome. Did you have a few words to say?
Divine Brother, I couldn't quite hear you. My apologies. It was a little low. Were you asking me something?
Oh, I'm sorry. Ross Amdi, Chaplain Amdi, did you have a few words you wanted to ask or say? Give thanks. I thought I seen your hand raised. Give thanks. And I know you're planning, Ross Amdi, also a trip to Ethiopia for this year. And I know the excerpt from the book gave a very vivid and experience of, overwhelming spirit was felt. So give thanks for that insert in your book. Ross Amdi, give thanks. Chaplain Amdi, sorry.
Give thanks.
I thought I seen his hand go up. Okay. Okay. Chair Raskimian, Sergeant at Arms, did you have a word you wanted to say before I call it Chair Raskimian?
Earlier, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Give thanks.
It's a lot to, advance from that mindset, being from a particular, upbringing. It's almost like the exact, stereotype or the exact prototype of what the enemy wants. And I just say that it's very particular as far as just it's like you gotta knock down all those walls. All the information, you need all of it because they don't miss in a certain aspect when it comes to, the blockages they throw, you know, the way they try to keep us off our pivot, basically. So yes, I just say that, I personally, being, in my projects, my family dynamic, being the smart one or the chosen one in a certain light growing up, now to be like, shh, this is hard, this is difficult, this is a lot. But, I just say that, it's just something where it's so much, you almost just, you gotta grasp it and you just, okay, hey, look, I can handle this much now, or this much really resonates with me, and the rest you accept almost into your being. So you accept it and you got to keep going. That's the main thing, but I could just say mostly everything just be right on point when we talk about the way that you just have to, you got to just break it down. Like I said, it's just like almost cleaning a dirty oven or something. It's like you got to clean it multiple times in order to really get it where you needed to get. And yeah, I just say that in that aspect, yes, it's just a lot. So and it's amazing. It feels good almost. It's like you feel like you said, it's like cleaning stuff off of your mind and gaining your essence back. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And remember, we're returning to our ancestry or our ancient ways, which means we're not alone. It's a collective security. We have a communal responsibility to each other. Your well-being is key to my well-being. If you're not doing well, your children not doing well. If your children and my children are playing together and your children are not well, it's gonna make my children don't be well. And then they're gonna be wondering, they're gonna gain fears and depressions because children are very sensitive to other children, you know. And so we have to remember that we're in a communal, you know. If we're digging a well to hit water, when you get tired, I pick up the shovel. When I get tired, you pick up the shovel and we keep going till we get there because that well's going to take care of all of us. So that's the mindset that we have to rebuild. And that's where we say, I am that I am. I am love. I am life. I am light. I am liberation. So give thanks, give thanks. Yes, sir.
Wonderful.
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Big time. Orinaga. Yes, sir. Yes. All written uh, written in places of love, places of balance.
You're starting to come through better, Chair, but you kind of muffled.
Okay, hold on. Let me one more.
All right, can you hear me better now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wonderful evening. Wonderful lecturing. Wonderful telling of our stories. Wonderful synchronicity. And the word, the sound, the power is within play. And we say Orinaga is powerful. We talk about the ability to be able to cultivate that spirituality because of that space given by the guardians, by the parents, to have children be free, have children not to be confounded in shame, have children not to be belittled, but to be given a chance to grow and overstand. Today we get to see a person who has yet again, like many others, taken things that the world and the West especially would tell you to uh, turn into your problems. But we see and witness a one who has been challenged and has seen those challenges as tests from the divine and tests to see the love of the divine through all things, through all fears, through all problems, and thus becoming a light to the world, becoming a light to those who do not see themselves. And with their actions, people are able to see their divine within the confines of the mud, like flowers, lilies in the muddy pond. We're able to shine again because the sun is apparent. And we are getting those downloads, we're getting that information, we're getting that love, we're getting that frequency, getting that trueness to bring forth those fruits of goodness, those fruits of possibilities to bring back the people into balance. And like I said before, when it comes to the traumas that we face in our communities, we have a fear of instability and a fear of loss. And for some reason, we have been taught that the wickedness produces an energy to survive. The wickedness takes away the shyness. The wickedness takes away the innocence, because they say that the world is rough and the innocent cannot survive here. So we have been put into a mechanism of encouraging these wickedness and making it fun, making it enjoyable, making it glorious to be the baddest. And I myself, growing up at times, I used to wonder, like, we talk about word has power. And we sometimes have something so cliche, we don't even recognize it. Sometimes in the music, you hear the verbiage of how people talk to people in love. Sometimes the words, the phrases are pertaining to children in a certain aspect, but we don't overstand. So like Minister has gone over the topic a few times of the ancients, when people will call a certain woman a daughter. It's usually your daughter with the same father in Ra, a father in the Most High, a children of the Most High. So we speak at each other as brothers and sisters. But at times with this world, people misconstrue that, and they use it to go after youth. Like was said before, they use it to go after that light. And we see so many people abused with it. And at times it's hard for people to speak up in certain situations because some things are so taboo, some things are so unbelievable that if you say it, people will think you're mad. People will think you have some issue. But it's hard sometimes for the men because we go through situations where nobody notices if a woman is a predator. So boys suffer, girls suffer until, they themselves are brave enough to speak up about it. And even then it's a fight, especially when there's situations where family members are involved. But we have to be unafraid, like we hear Janine say. We have to be unafraid because this is warfare. This is not a drill, because we are raising these children to be the future. And we want them to be balanced. We don't want the young men's mind to think that the gratification is their power. We don't want them to think that brutality towards something precious is a hardening of power. We want them to think like how Thomas Sankara thought about soldiers. He said so many times when war happens, when that power is brought up, it leads to rape and pillaging. And he said soldiers should not think like that. Soldiers should think to care for their people, take care of their people, and have that mindset. But our soldiers are actively taught to be wicked and vile. And they're not taught about the mission of being those warriors for the people. They're not taught that the fire that they have inside is a righteous fire to defend the meek, to defend the weak, to defend the vulnerable. But they have it as something to be within a pecking order. So we have to go to all aspects and go to all of our peoples and put them in the right frequencies. Let them know that the warriors are not warriors just because they could do whatever, however, but they have a purpose of protection. They have a purpose of care. And the people who have strong sexual energy, it's for a purpose. It's not for perversion. It's not for power and control. It's for something else of a greater value, a great responsibility. So wonderful, wonderful alignment this evening. Wonderful perspective from all around. And it's a great thing to hear another one recognize their position under the stars, recognize their position from within, to see themselves on the scale, to see themselves within this world, to say, I was born at this time, I was born in this era, I was given this opportunity, and I am here for this purpose. So I will fight for righteousness. I will fight for love. I will fight for balance. So honor and respect to have another Libra within our presence to bring these scales of balance, especially one born on Mascal. It's a wonderful thing to witness this. So gratitude everyone for coming in. Gratitude to the guests. It has been blessed. It has been beautiful. And we will close off with our national anthem. And then we'll have a prayer by the chaplain to close us out. Yes, sir. Anyone else?
Aliyah. Yes, I give thanks to the guests and the Empress. Yes, I much love, and like you say, bringing that balance and that knowledge forth to the table, and also just that royal Empress essence. You know, it was like you say, gratitude and give thanks. Aliyah.
Give thanks, family, for the strength. Give thanks for connecting the hands and holding hands and allowing me to be here in this space with all of you and to receive as well. Love, overstanding reasoning, a place of belonging. Truly, truly a beautiful experience. Very, very grateful for you all.
Amashe, Amashe.
Our AI-powered platform turns your vision into a unique logo. Start by going to Looka Logo Maker.
Swiftly gather, your children are gathered to thee, with orange, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong, with our hope and our future before us. We hail and we chant and we sing.
Yes, I give thanks. Chaplain Design, are you available? I think Chaplain is not available at the moment. All right. Minister, what is that Garnic Silk song that we usually close out with the prayer?
The chant.
All right, one moment. Close it out.
I can close out. I can close this out.
Yes, sir.
So we give thanks for tonight. The moon was operating in Virgo for many, so you would know that. And study the science on that as well. We came into the knowledge of what would the meaning of a true cross, the true cross, where was the lineage hidden? Where was the true cross hidden? So that science, that elevation, the reality of us returning to being healers of our community, wisdom keepers. You know, we're here again. That time for us to be is now again. So, in respect and love of the now, we enter into the prayer. King Alpha, Queen Omega, Father Time, Mother Nature, the divine unity between creation and the Creator. We hail and give thanks for His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie and Empress Menen, for being the keepers of the Star Throne, the Rock of all ages, a sign and a seal for our time, so that we, I and I, may return to the I am that I am. I am love. I am life. I am light. I am liberation. I am that I am. I am that I am. I am that I am. See it. Give thanks. Guatemala, I listen, I see it. See it.
Sila. Ashe. Yes, sir, everyone. Y'all have a wonderful night, and we will see you all again next Thursday for our story. And also check us out on this Sunday as well for the state of Nagusa Salam with Chaplain Design. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. This is our story. You all have a wonderful night. This is the Mahel Safari. And we are keeping the light shining for everyone to recognize they have their light to uphold. So we may rise up and judge the earth in righteousness. Ashe. Peace.
Ashe.